Finger 11. All right. And it's, to be fair, they didn't write any other good songs. So, like, it's actually kind of fair. For those of you who've missed this fort somehow, I've played way too much of it. This is either going to be the last or the second to last. You met a lot of single women to that. I've been struck by you. I want to make you move. Anyway, this is either the last or the second to last stream of this fort that I will be doing. I'm sorry for this dwarf who died in this area. They locked themselves in there. Probably it's not my fault. I'm just leaving the corpse there for historical, archaeological purposes. Anyway, this it's already memorialized. So this is the front door to the fort. And the reason I'm probably going to be ending this fort is because I want to go do other things in this world. This faction is a lot of fun. I've been having a lot of fun with this faction. But I've kind of run out of end goals. This fort has just kind of turned into a war fort, which is okay. But for a war fort, you really don't want to have the mountain home. Or you really don't want to have you don't want to be the capital if you're going all out war. You want to just stay a metropolis. And we got the capital, so I'm a little for right now. But this whole fortress is kind of awesome, and I kind of love it. Yesterday, we did a little bit more beautifying of this area. I want to finish up this back area up here with all flooring, make it look a little more pretty. Same with this area in here. Kind of get all this gray removed. Maybe redo these offices. And yesterday, we built this. This is our admittedly covered in obsidian glass manufacturing area where we are manufacturing serrated green glass discs. We even have a minecart here for bringing sand up here, which is pretty cool. And the minecart comes from all the way up here, and this is where we're collecting sand. As you can see, we've got dwarves up here collecting sand, and they put it into here, and then they chuck it into the minecart, and they push it up. It's great. Can you make multiple forts at once? Not concurrently in the same world. Not concurrently. You'd have to retire them in between. So my plan for this fort is to, over the next few days, kind of finish it up. I don't really have an end goal for this particular fortress. The kind of, I suppose, spot that I just want to be in is I want to finish a few more construction projects. I'm building a 10-barreled shotgun out of minecarts. Which we are filling up with glass discs. We did fire it off in that video that I uploaded this morning if you want to see a test fire of it. I do need to make some changes to it, though. I mean, these are pretty heavily loaded with iron and green glass discs. And there's quite a lot of them. And there's, these two have, like, none in them currently. But what we need to do is I need to redo the pressure plates that are linked to this, because currently they're repeating pressure plates. I think it would be better to just set them to one-offs. Well, I fixed the lava overflow hole. I think I already did. Sure, I already did. Yes, I did. So it shouldn't overflow here anymore. There's nowhere for it, because this was the overflow, and I filled it in. So, yeah, it should be good now. Keyword is should be good. Yeah, no, it should be good. No, I did that kind of in a pretty quick thing. But we're about to get hit by ads, so I'm going to wait for those to play. And then we're going to read all of the dwarves that are in the fort. And then we will open up unlockings. So for right now, or dwarf redemptions. So I'm just going to work on this flooring until the ads are done. But for those of you who don't get ads, we can keep talking, of course. It's all diorite. Let's see how much diorite I actually have right now. Can't be that much. Yeah, no, the fort's just getting a little bit laggy. And... it's just kind of getting to that point. This was not built to be a good running fort, and it is not. This fort, even on the experimental branch, has its moments of lag. So we will play out against those massive uncapped sieges and then start a new fort elsewhere in this world pretty soon. I'm thinking about doing another ocean-side fort, like another beach-side fort, because I've seen people building fake boats, and I want to build another ocean fort. Maybe we can find an untamed wilds ocean or a big river or something interesting. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, I love the aesthetic of this fort. I like the aesthetic of this fort enough that I'm going to make a community fort video out of it. I did that with Water Lungs. I made a community fort out of it. And I'll also put it up on the you know, on the Dwarf Fortress file depot if you want to download it and all that. No, they're not in there, but you can build like constructions that look like boats. Are there plans to steal the toes back? I mean, I could attack Toe Thief. I haven't. I did once and I lost half of my squads. So I could try like raiding Toe Thief again. We could do that today if you like. Crystal glass floor in your first current ocean fort. Don't commit to crystal glass until you find copious amounts of rock crystal. Speaking of copious amounts of rock crystal, this has nothing to do with rock crystal, but it does have a lot to do with copium. If you haven't, the most recent Not Just Bikes video is hysterical. There's a lot of copium in that video. Did I set it to hard? I set it to hard, but I also, so by default, the maximum number of invaders is 40 beasts and 160 creatures. The maximum the game lets you set it to without like editing the game files is 500, which is what it's set to right now. Second fort for someone to attempt who's pretty new but managed a sustainable fort on their first go. Whatever you think is interesting. Something different. I don't know what you did on your first one, so something different. Was your first one on the beach? Settle on a river. Was your first one on a river? Settle on a desert. Was your first one on a desert? Settle on a volcano. Was your first one on a volcano? Settle in a swamp. Just go somewhere else. Dwarf Fortress isn't a hard game, so if you manage to make a pretty sustainable fort on the first go, then you'll be able to make a pretty sustainable fort on the second go, so go somewhere that looks cool. Are we talking about The Incredibles again soon, Purple? And hello, Lanix. How's things? Some beach dwarfs with an aquifer? That could be fun. But yeah, no, I just want to finish up prettying up these zones. That's my goal for today, mostly. And because we were through that ad now, over here and do this. Blink. And the currently named dwarves in the fort are Ascarde, a devilish potato, Aegis, Acre, analysis lover, Ashlyn, a shady necromancer, audio coaster, and Baka Glass II, Big Sparn and Blind, and Casual T, as well as Cornitharum, Corvius Swade, Darius Gardrin, Diamond Destruct, Doodle Tones, and Dr. MacDaddy, Dr. Niche, as well as Dudo and Elfie Bean. In Fragrance and Fight Attack, Ghost Bat, and Gimli, Glass Half Empty, Jerry Gord, and Killiot. Still pissed. And Lenarno, and Lanix, and Lyagushka, and McJerby, as well as Merlin Buff, MMO Junkie, Mogwai, and Mr. Tapok. Narev and Net Hazard, Nutty Wombat. Also, Narev, if you're listening, I owe you a, I owe you a sound command. Net Hazard, Nutty Wombat, Nutwick, Paxmac, Pandasaurus Rex, Paul Harvey, Corticus, Raybrit, Ranger Rick, Shark Jumping Whalrus, and Silver Shadow, Sneed Posting, and Telenartho, Ben R, and the Squoid, as well as Trimkoff, True Freak, and Tyler. Lennox. So you already have a dwarf. So who are you giving that dwarf to? Assuming you're giving it to somebody. And the military is currently leaving the map, so some of the people may or may not got red. I think Rolf is still alive. Yep, Rolf is still alive. Was Lyagushka. That's everybody. A goat plays games. All right, what kind of dwarf am I giving to a goat plays games? Yeah, so tier 3 subscribers who are paying for tier 3 get a custom sound command, like the one you hear Hobo using and such. So I owe you a custom sound command. Giraffe has one. Farmer? Happy farmer? I'm gonna say mean things about Blind. I'm gonna make sure that he's right in front of me. I'll tell it to his face. Blind, you smell. Thanks, animal. Beard or no beard? Goat. I don't have any goats in the fort, so. Beard? Okay. How about Rovod the Planter? Currently hauling a wine pot. Is relieved being near a waterfall. Very happy little dwarf, actually. Has a pet piglet, which is kind of adorable, named Bimble. It's a good piglet name. You worship the god of death and deformity. Very fitting. And they still haven't fixed the typing issue. There we go. A goat plays games, has an overbearing personality, is somewhat quarrelsome, is bothered by this as he values friendship. He likes to brawl, and he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and he thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He isn't particularly curious about the world, and he has an active imagination. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and he isn't particularly interested in what others think of him. He often feels discouraged, and he doesn't often feel envious of others, and he can handle stress. He has a greedy streak, and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He can sometimes act without deliberation and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of raising a family and personally is somewhat put off by trade and commerce. Values honesty and doesn't particularly value loyalty. And dreams of raising a family. He likes pitchblende, bismuth bronze, red diamond, giant beaver leather, coral, and short swords, as well as bracelets and ballista parts, and water buffaloes for their wallowing. And the words of the style of lace and the sound of the meandering mother and the sight of the gloss of smiling and when possible prefers to consume giant elephant. I guess there's a lot of it when you find it. And radish plants and teff beer. And horse's milk and absolutely hates worms. He is broad with little muscle. His ears are very splayed out. He has wide set brass eyes and they are deeply sunken. He has a square chin and his very long beard is clean shaven. His medium length mustache is neatly combed and his nose is extremely short. His hair is buff and his skin is cinnamon. His eyes have slightly large irises. And you know what? It's Thursday. I only just realized it's Thursday. Sounds like you. I was going to say that first bit was kind of on point, eh? Not necessarily saying that you're overbearing, but like our first interaction was kind of like in hot water. So it's kind of fun when that works out like that. Gonna go fancy up some of these stairs. It sounded surprisingly like you all the way through. Yeah, I mean, it kind of is what it is, right? You know, it's like getting your palm read. It's just generic enough that it seems believable. Do more flooring, some basalt. Got lots of basalt. You got a new hat? You're a cop now. For better or for worse. I am very afraid of your hat. It means you've been watching the stream for a long time, Freeways. You're starting to feel like an OG now. Ain't that wild? I think there's a point. It's like when you've been watching me for like 3-4 years, it's like at that point, it's like I start thinking of you like someone who's just kind of been around forever. You know, it's funny. Every now and again, I'll just see like streamers on streamer Twitter or like some Discord server talking about how they get sad when people who've been watching them for ages don't tune in for a while. And then when people come back, they get all excited. Every now and again, I'll have like an audience member pop back in after not watching for ages, and I'll be like, holy shit, they're back. And then they don't tune in for like ever again after that. I'm like, oh man. It's even sadder when like a really long-time chatter or somebody who used to watch the stream a lot tunes in for the first time in forever, and you get all excited, and then you realize they don't follow you anymore, and it's like, oh man. It's hard to believe you've only been here a few years. Yeah, no, Stone, you kind of feel like you've just been here for forever. I mean, you know. You wish you could be active like you were before? I mean, I'm not even saying you specifically. Like, you come by pretty frequently, Freeways. Just Elon Kidnap really loudly. Out of nowhere. Well, if you want to put that together, you can. Otherwise, I can do it off stream, after stream. Just a really loud scream of Elunkinem, and then like you can have like a mwah, 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 or something, or like a party popper going off. So it's like a debate. I love how like the entirety of the Dwarf Fortress community now knows how to pronounce Elunkinem. It's the best part about Dwarf Fortress Premium. Oh, that sucks. Don't fall downstairs. Falling downstairs bad. If it was going to be a Rick roll, it would have to be like literally a quarter of a second, because I don't like the only restrictions I have on the sound commands are that they don't give me DMCA takedown requests, and that might. But you could just do the da-dun, da-da-da-da-dun. Probably. They didn't go so... I mean, it's not a hard game. It's not the kind of game that needs a hard soundtrack. It's much more atmospheric. I don't think the Dwarf Fortress soundtrack needed to be filled with bops, necessarily. But I'm curious to see what they do for the adventure mode soundtrack, because we're getting more soundtrack. No. No final countdown. No, if you're going to pay me $25 for a sound command, it's best that you do something that's DMCA safe. So if it's music, ideally video game soundtracks, because I have to put limits on things. 102 days. Dang. That's a non-trivial amount of time, Freeways. Like a lot of goddamn time. We'll never get that murder done. That murder's just going to be there for forever because the vampire died. Well, actually, I could convict the vampire who's dead. I think. Although I'd have to find their icon here. So many goblins. It was definitely a cat that did it. Cat was the murderer. Rest in peace, my grizzly bear who died of old age. There's a bunch of dead wagons. That's kind of wild. Well, I wonder if your skin is not blue now that you're dead? Because, like, I know who did it. A human poet. Might have been this person. Chat, what was the name of the vampire from the video I uploaded yesterday? I know that, like, I could just go look at the vampire and check, but what was the name of that vampire? Yeah, go check and let me know. I think it was this person. Lots of research and querying? Sounds fun. Tell them. Well, maybe it was their first time that it's this person. That might be a misdirect, but I'm pretty convinced it was that person who did it. Quite convinced it was that person who did it. Let's check on my shotgun ammo. Shotgun 4 is 0, shotgun 3 is 0, shotgun 2 is 8, and shotgun 1 is 46. Well, at least they're getting work done. Also going to go check something, because I swear that my glass stuff is not getting made as quickly as it was before, so why is that? You're getting pushed back. Sandbags. Take from that stockpile. Don't need it to give anywhere. You should be taking items from anywhere. I don't know. Places, you know, it's crazy to me, like, how many places have Twitch blocked at work, but like how many times viewers have been like, oh, Twitch got blocked at work, but like YouTube is still allowed. It's like, it's crazy to me how many workplaces like haven't figured out that Twitch is video games, but YouTube isn't. Or haven't figured out that YouTube is also video games. Which I think is kind of hysterical, actually. I mean, it's also kind of really sad, but it's just funny. Co-working is a valid form of working IMO, and you should make the case that it's a productivity tool. So my co-working streams where I have my bong on my table are also a productivity tool? Good to know. Twitch is only games and scantily clad ladies in bathing suits, so definitely not good for work. Nope. Your work definitely blocks both, but you work from home and they can't block stuff. So on your personal machine, so says non-major nerd who is currently working, right? Your bong is on your desk, so you vote yes. Well, there you go. The bong might be a bit much. I'm just saying, if you say it's a valid form of work, I'm just taking you on face value there. Okay, so these should just be going into here. Are we? I need more sand collected. We're making iron discs, and we're making serrated green glass discs. Both of those are probably getting done at a pretty rapid pace, I would assume. Although the iron discs aren't going to get it done as quickly, theoretically, as the serrated discs, but there are still lots of them. It's just a matter of getting them moved. Because the iron discs get moved all the way up to here and then loaded into the minecarts. We just need people to come up here and load them into the minecart. Pretty much. So, I mean, I've got 4 minecarts up here. How do you do a filter to make bags be what a minecart picks up? Sand bags is what you want. You also need to make sure that the quality tool is available. If the quality tool isn't available, they just won't do anything with them. Could also make copper discs. Throw those into there as well. But copper discs will just get melted when lava flows through. All right, let's swap out the switches for this. So you here get removed, and you here get removed. Let's do you. Wraps. Creatures trigger. Let's say also smaller ones, and we're going to say one use only this time. We're going to do the same for this one. We're going to set it to one use only. A Baron of Granite Stills and the Baroness Kogan Madlibash have married. 2 barons that are not part of my fort. This is a very worried necromancer. Sus. I don't know what those mean. Those PBP and PIP means. Raging Cave. Sounds fancy. How is Tame? Bad. Lives in this wall, is completely insane. I could never give them jobs or clothing. And, yeah, Tame is nuts. Has been nuts for probably the last 10 years. Lives in a box. Do necromancers have different needs? No, they're about the same as normal dwarves, but that one's not part of my fort, so that one's probably a thief. Probably here to steal my shit, if I had to guess. Well, I know what picture-in-picture is. I don't know what picture-by-picture is. But whatever. You have to lurk here soonish. Yay, one mean. I mean, is what it is. Can a necromancer raise a vampire? If a vampire dies, a necromancer can raise it. Yes, and it will become a vampire zombie. But I don't think they eat people because they don't need to eat once they're a zombie. I know that if a zombie becomes a necromancer and they get rezzed, then they still eat people, but I don't know about zombies. So you're going to go do what I need you to do, which is destroy building. There's 36 units of melted silver there. One use only. Creatures trigger everything. Gremlin to dragon. Dust to dust. You right here are going to get linked to this drawbridge. And you right here get linked to this drawbridge. Well, looks like they're finally going back to loading up the shotguns. That is also something we haven't done in a while, is like a necromancy-focused fort with a lot of zombifying. I just don't like being evil in Dwarf Fort because it kind of just makes me feel bad. But at least that kind of evil. Because it involves killing a lot of your own dwarves, which just doesn't feel good. Yeah, but like we didn't do any necromancy in the last terrifying fort. Like we were good dwarves in an evil place, right? Normally, if I'm doing necromancy, I want to be evil dwarves in a good place. Because you don't want to have a resurrecting biome competing with your necromancers resurrecting, because a resurrecting biome will only resurrect evil entities that want to kill you, whereas your necromancers have a % chance to resurrect friendly entities. So you don't want to be competing with that. What's this minecart contraption? It turns enemies into sliced jello. This is. Have you ever played the video game Portal? Video game product made by Valve Corp. It's called Portal. There's a very intelligent piece of dialogue in their video game, where the bad lady robot person says, "Speedy thing go in, speedy thing come out." That's the exact science here. So I'm filling these minecarts up with serrated glass discs and serrated iron discs. And when they're full, they get kicked and they land on these rollers, and then they're constantly being propelled up against this drawbridge. Poor tool, yes, poor tool. It's for poor tool fans. Anyway, when these drawbridges get lowered, then they get propelled down this hill at excruciatingly breakneck speeds until they hit the bottom here, and then they smack into the floor on an angle like this, and then fly forwards real quick and hit this, which then launches the contents that way. Gladolas, yeah, there you go. Gladolas, the lovely robot lady. She also lies about cake, apparently. Anyway, that's what this is. This is a minecart shotgun. So, chat, you guys were asking about Toe Thief, yeah? Let's attempt to raid Toe Thief. We're gonna send one squad and wish him luck. Right, yeah, we had like a pretty even match on that one. How is my world so zoomed in? I zoomed in. And this isn't zoomed in. This is the same zoom it's always at. Hopefully-ish. I was gonna say, this is my last day of streams, so, because tomorrow and the day after and the day after that are my days off stream. So at the very least, it's your last day of grading with company. Who will you whine to? The bottom of a bottle. Well, I play at 1600 by 900 in a window like this. So maybe it's got something to do with that, but that's not zoomed in at all. That's just what it's always at. You're probably at a higher resolution than me. What are they changing it to? Middle management? $12 per month. Oh, cool. What is it, $8.99 right now? Yeah, I can't find any information on that, but $13.99 USD. Cool. I mean, I don't pay for it, so. But I mean, everything should have regional pricing, but it usually just ends with Canada and like Australia getting screwed, so. The only thing you've liked so far is Jägermeister? You are a special breed of fucked, my friend. If you like Jaeger, it's like people who only drink tequila. I keep glancing at Bellinair's stream, and he's playing Warhammer 40,000 Bolt Gun, and every time I look at him, he's just got this massive stupid smile on his face. Like, he just looks so happy whenever he's playing this. I disagree with that. Tequila's delicious, but I don't only drink tequila. Also, go give Bellinair a follow. These good people. And he's also doing viewer-sponsored streams now. Bellinair announced this the other day, where he's just like, $50 and I'll stream whatever you want. And I'm sitting here, I'm like within reason, he'll stream whatever you want. Assuming he's capable of streaming it. I'm very tempted to just go in there like once a month and be like, play Dwarf Fort. Just sponsor a Dwarf Fort stream every month. Yeah, generally. Kettle. I like vodka, though. If it's decent vodka, I like vodka. I actually really like vodka. Like, there's some extraordinarily delicious vodka out there. And it's funny that DX Pong says that. You need to drink some good vodka, my friend. Like, there's a distillery here that I go to sometimes that makes a very good vodka. It's just a straight wheat vodka, and it's got this caramel aftertaste that's just lovely. It's Granville Island Distillers is the name of it. I also like Ice Queen is a pretty big brand that I like. Well, this isn't caramel vodka, it's wheat vodka. It just has a caramel aftertaste. Or scotch in certain whiskeys. The only cocktails, there's two cocktails I like. I like a gin and tonic, and usually if I get a gin and tonic, it's because I don't trust the bar. And what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to order that gin and tonic, pour out half of it, order a water, pour the water into the gin and tonic, and then pretend to drink for the rest of the work party and not actually drink. It's what I do when I'm pretending to drink but actually want to stay sober and cognizant of the event that I'm at. And then the other mixed drink I like is Old Fashions. But gin and tonics and Old Fashions are the two mixed drinks I like. That's it. Everything else is either straight. I'm either drinking it straight or taking a shot or drinking a glass. Okay, I need to make these stairs look better or I'm going to go nuts. I'm type 1 diabetic, so asking me to drink a Long Island iced tea is like asking me to be in pain for the next 6 hours because my blood sugar is so high. I would rather repeatedly stab myself in my good eye with a pencil than drink a Long Island iced tea. I think Long Island iced teas are disgusting. And I hated them before I was, diabetic too. So, like, they were gross back then. I'll drink a rum and Coke as long as it's a Diet Coke. But not a fan of craft ale. I said, or I'm drinking a glass. I was simply talking about mixed drinks and hard liquor. I drink a lot of beer. I mean, just look at my Twitter. Coffee snob and a beer enthusiast. Generally the worst kind of person, depending on who you ask. Also, I had that on auto mine, not the right type of mine. Oh, hey, it's Upperman. Go through and mine these out. I've never had any craft beer from Chicago, so I can't relate. But in my opinion, bad beer comes from places that are landlocked. Good beer comes from places with ocean access. Nah, I'm good, DX Pong. Hard pass. Also, you don't do that with vodka. That's what you do with moonshine. If you're putting vodka in a trash can with fruit, you're better off just not drinking. Quebec has some horrifically bad beer. Montreal has some of the worst craft beer I've ever had in my life, in fact. I've never seen that brand, so wouldn't know. Lily Pad? Or craft beers I had in Montreal? I went on 3 different crawls where I went to various different breweries. Couldn't remember a single name. Everything was bland and uninteresting to terrible. There's plenty of stuff that we get in imports from over here, and most of them are okay, not great. I think the problem is I'm from Vancouver, which is probably one of the best craft beer places on the planet, just in general. And everybody that I know who's either visited Vancouver or moved to Vancouver from Montreal agrees with me that Montreal beer is bad compared to Vancouver. Absolute and Russian Standard are the cheap stuff. As far as when it comes to vodka, those are the cheap stuff. So I don't want to know what your cheap stuff is, if you consider that cheap stuff. Best DF steel weapon? Any weapon that's masterwork quality, except for hammers and maces. It's too light for hammers and maces. So anything that's not a hammer or a mace. Smirnoff is not great. Can't really speak to Stoli. Why don't you? Oh, because I've got stairs selected. Duh. Because it was written weird before noticing that it's the previous semester's homework and is no longer relevant. Okay, well, I mean, it's a good thing that you stopped. Looks like our wear monitor's still doing its thing. So I've got a wear monitor lizard now in a cage. Need to figure out where to put that. Does it support HDMI? You know, I almost made that joke when it first showed up, and then I didn't. I thought better of it. On a pillar outside the entrance? I was gonna... That's maybe not a bad idea, actually. I was going to put it in a little room in here and give them, like, glass and fortifications. Yeah, I'm actually going to stick to what I was doing. I'm going to put it in a little room here and put glass and fortifications in front of it. Accurate. It is in fact a grade job, animal. Killed your first forgotten beast. Your axe lords chopped its bits off bit by bit until it fainted. It's cut its head off and not a single dwarf injured. Good for you. What was did the forgotten beast have any special powers, or was it just a creature that like undulates or something? Because they're only really scary if they have webs, fire, or gas. Otherwise, they're generally not too much of a threat. Or if they're made out of a scary material. Yeah, like, well, being made of fire actually isn't that bad. If you have skilled dwarves with shields, being made of fire isn't that bad. But being made of steel or platinum is like... One of the most terrifying beasts I ever had was a blob composed of platinum that shot fire. That thing was practically invincible. I ended up setting it on an enemy army and it killed all of them. Multiple times. It owned the surface for like 10 years. And how much is it raising to? I love how I just default to how much is it raising to, assuming they're raising the price. What's the price changing to, animal? I don't subscribe to Twitch Turbo currently, so I'm not getting these emails. How did I get migrants? I didn't. Also, this was back in the day when you would stop getting migrants after a certain point. Now they've more or less fixed that design flaw? Limitation? They've fixed the issue, but there used to be an issue with the game where you would just stop getting migrants at a point. Which was actually in the first version of Premium too, but it got patched out because I begged them to patch it out, so they did. It wasn't just me begging, though. I won't take full credit for it. Let's see how full these are getting. 92 on the first one. Second one is 26. Third one is 0. This one's 92% full. Let's see how heavy this minecart is. Actually, not that heavy. Pretty valuable, though. Yes, there's a cap at 200. But, like, you'll still keep getting migrants if the number drops below 200, right? Currently in the game. But in older versions, once 2,000 units, including livestock, had died on your map, you would just stop getting migrants, period. But this is no longer an issue, so there's no reason to really talk about it. Where did it go? Oh, are you carrying it right now? Okay, you're placing it. I need to forbid it once they kick it. Interesting. They're supposed to wait until it's 100% full. Why'd you kick it early? Now this shot is ready to be fired. So it's loaded up and good to go. So now all we need is I need this drawbridge to be open, which it is. And then we just need an enemy to step on that pressure plate. And then that entire hallway is going to get blasted with, well, these. Now it's time to fill the next one. As long as you're not under siege, the numbers of migrants will go up and go down depending on how many dwarves you have and how many things have died there recently and how much you are giving to the mountain home. But yes, theoretically, unless your faction runs out of dwarves, which can happen, you should keep getting migrants until either A, you go to war with your own faction, or B, your faction dies. And what Ranger Rick said. And if your population cap isn't met, you will continue getting migrants, assuming you're still trading with your faction and on good terms with your faction. And that was fixed like 3 months ago or something. Because back in the day, the game didn't have population caps. It just had total population caps. And the total population cap was 3,000 back in the day. And so it just kind of became like a known thing that at a point, you would just stop getting migrants. I'm going to add in another one down here. So this is going to be shotgun 5. Of course, it's behind my camera. You can't see it, but just doing this. Adding another one. Going to weapons, trap components, large serrated discs. Yes. 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 Yes, yes, and yes. And then from there, load from here. And when full of desired items, kick forward. So we're now down to 5 shotguns. Realistically, 1 is probably enough. But, no kill like overkill, eh? You learn more about this game every day. I mean, it's like playing Dwarf Fortress is like getting into an MMO that's been around for a decade. There's a lot of it. Arkham Neelam was seen being stolen. Hold on, what? Whoa! I think I interrogated somebody. Hold on. Who did I interrogate? Whoa! We were able to, and I didn't realize this, before that vampire made it out and died in my lava thing, we were able to interrogate him. Apparently. No, we were able to interrogate him before he left. My captain of the guard was able to interrogate him before he tried to leave and before he stole the artifact. So we assumed that identity. Their true name was Dishmab Glazeflanks. They had a dwarven name. In 169, an unidentified creature. Let's jump to whatever's relevant. Began embezzling funds under the official balloted council under the influence of an unidentified creature via subject. So this person was pretty high in a crime ring. They were trying to steal the pristine vessel. 301 plotted to steal the ardent lured, the walled defender under the influence of creature via subject. Wow. They corrupted the human poet, as of the Kingdom of Fire, corrupted an unidentified creature in to have an agent in Heatstone. So they corrupted somebody in Heatstone. Huh. Well, that's kind of fantastic. That's fun. When has Netflix actually been relevant, though? So let's take a peek at this. Theft of the Race of Wearing. Zulban the Holy Wheel is running off with it. Okay. Can I think that... I'm pretty sure that vampire was the person that was trying to get all of my dwarves to steal items, right? Like, all of those item thefts we've had were because of that vampire, which is why they've all popped up there now. I thought that they were delaying all of that. Raging Cave. The, like, you can't share. Because I'm unsubscribing from Netflix as soon as they actually implement the you can't share stuff. Because I only still have it because I share it with my parents. So... And my parents use it more than me, so I'm basically just paying for it for my parents. Because I know that if I stop paying for it, my parents won't. And my mom will be sad. Because my mom likes it, so... I'm mostly just paying for it for my mom at this point. But no, they announced that it was like 5 months ago or something. It was quite a while ago. It was quite a considerable amount of time ago. And then they walked it all back, like, within a week. So if they're trying that again, well, then I guess good luck to them. Your cell phone company gives it to you for free. Well, then don't complain and enjoy your freebie stuff. Jeez. Yeah, it's included in your services. So just keep it at that point. Zulban, the Holy Wheel has been taken by a Fey Mood after getting beaten by the cops or before getting beaten by the cops? Because weren't you just, like, convicted as a criminal? So I'm pretty sure that person's about to get chained up. Yeah, this person. Also, item was seen being passed to the thief. Butto the Goblin Prophet was the thief that we caught passing it off to. So... That's not intended. Why are you overflowing? Oops. I thought that I had, like, a way of shutting you off. Did I not? Yeah, I do. Did I not? I guess I didn't close you. Well, I gotta pull a lever. Like, now. I thought I already pulled this. My front door is getting a little hot. It's okay. We're just melting some statues. I don't think I just... Did I just torch somebody? I hope not. Well, I am torching some statues. Careful there, Dwarf. Front door is a little sketchier than intended currently. Although, fortunately, that'll get closed pretty quick, I would think. Somebody want to come pull that lever? Anybody? Are you coming to pull the lever? Yeah, okay. Shem's coming to pull the lever. There we go. And Shem also was very kind to leave their pants behind. I mean, the population hasn't gone down, so I assume we're okay. Why would anybody elaborate about taking off their pants after pulling a lever? I never elaborate when I take my pants off. It's pretty self-explanatory generally. Thanks to Dwarven quantum science, the lever was also incredibly hot. Does that actually work that way? If you connect a lever to something that's in lava, the lever heats up? Usually, like, the pants come off before lever pulling. It depends on what you're into, okay? I'm not judging this dwarf. Dwarf wants pants on while lever's being pulled, then you know what? More power to the dwarf. Okay, this one's 55% full. I mean, what do you know? Non-major nerd. You need the leather cover for that lever so you don't want it to rust. Wait, yeah, I guess if it's connected to water, it would... Now I'm really wondering about non-major nerd's quantum science statement about how, thanks to Dwarven quantum mechanics, the lever's also really hot. It's like, is it actually? Now I'm genuinely curious. Oh, definitely too much math. Yes. There's so many discs. Sweet, we returned from Toe Thieves. Let's see how our raid against Toe Thief went. The Tufted Urns attacked the square ticks at the reclusive ghoul at Toe Thief. And Tun led the attack, and the defenders were led by the goblin's song. The dwarf, who led the attack, outmatched the goblin's song with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Toe Thief. Well, we killed the leader. We struck down a dwarf. We struck down a goblin. We struck down a goblin. We struck down another goblin. We struck down another goblin. Our dwarves were tussling, but we escaped safely. And we slashed a bunch of people, caused a bunch of injuries, struck down another goblin, 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 and struck down another goblin. Not bad. Did we get anything? Nope. Nothing. No profits from that raid. All right, well, that went all right, so let's do it again. What do you think? We shall conquer Toe Thief. Maybe. No guarantees. They do have 2 prisoners, though. Probably both mine. I'll send all 3 squads. Well, let's send 2 squads this time. Good luck, dwarves. So we're sending this squad and this squad. That seems like something that would get posted on the Dwarf Fortress Bug Reports Twitter account, you know? Levers no longer become superheated when connected with mechanism that is under lava. Also, hey, Dawn of Minstrel are paid in blood. You can't barrel it yet by yourself. Yeah, you can only purchase barreled blood from other people. Generally, the humans have barrels of blood for some inexplicable reason. Well, dwarves can't barrel blood, and there's absolutely no use for barrels with blood in them. And if you have barrels with blood in them, there's no way to remove the blood from the barrel, outside of destroying the barrel also with the blood inside of it. they are a bug because the way trade caravans work is they bring barrels with random liquid, air quotes, to be traded. And sometimes random liquid picks normal things, like alcohol or milk. And then sometimes it picks gremlin tears or blood or bumblebee brain. It also selects random meats and food stuff, which is why sometimes you get bumblebee brain. How do you get bumblebee brain out of a bumblebee, you might ask? Very carefully is the only accurate answer. And some dwarves like bumblebee brain as a delicacy. At least the bumblebee brain is cookable. That's just like bubble tea, okay? Non-major nerd, that's just bubble tea. It's not oil, it's bubble tea. It's fine. Shame you can't use them to feed vampires. We've been saying that for years. I kind of like it more as a weird bug, though. What? Animal? Really? I feel like I need to fact check that. You think about bubble tea with bee brains in it and it makes you highly uncomfortable? Sounds like something you should ask Mid-Journey to make. Boyer's been missing for a week. I'll bet you that was because the front door got spicy. Ashlyn has died mysteriously, and I blame the front door. That or they're gonna show up drained of blood soon. One of the two. Neriv. You do have a dwarf currently, so who are you giving a dwarf to? Because your current dwarf is, of course, our chief medical dwarf. So it's up to you who you're giving that dwarf to. Just let me know. Clear all that. I think I screwed up the filling of those. I am not dwarfless, and I would prefer you don't name them after my bot if possible, because I think that that is kind of stupid. I am the king. I am definitely not dwarfless. I'd rather you give dwarves to people who, like, want one or appreciate it. And if you have no idea who you want to give it to, let me know, Neriv, and I'll just refund it. No? We did not entomb the king? Where did you watch that? You were watching a different stream, clearly. Hello, lobsters. How's things? Your dwarf's still alive, too. Name him Bob? That's not gifting a dwarf to somebody, so I will refund it for you. If you're gonna do that, I will refund it. So, it's been refunded. You haven't had a dwarf in a while? Well, next time. Now I'm trying to figure out why they're not loading these. They feel like they've got better things to do. Check on that strange mood. You are moving. Levistek, hello. Basically, my request to you is if you're going to gift a dwarf, please have some idea of who you're going to give it to before you ask, before you redeem it. How's your dwarf doing? I got bad news for you. Actually, how is your dwarf doing? I don't think you're dead. You might be dead. You're probably dead. I assume you're dead. I default to bad news when people ask how their dwarf is doing because the odds are pretty good that they are either in 45,000 pieces or got evaporated. Yes, your dwarf is dead. So, sleeping. They went to the farm up north. That seems fine. A goat. No, it's all good, Narav. It's more just me being picky with rules, but, like, there is always a limited number of dwarves, right? It's like, come up with, like, a celebrity or something, or, like, have some backup if you're gonna do that. Like, it's a non-trivial amount of points, so if you're gonna do it, just make sure it's going to somebody who appreciates it. I said celebrity, and last I checked, Nick Cage is a celebrity. But, you know, just because the lovely, the wonderful, the awesome King, a.k.a. Seashore's Wall, not King, King, a.k.a. Seashore's Wall, King _ the Space Disco Fox, I can read multiple names while staring at another name, doesn't have a dwarf, so we might as well give him a dwarf. How does Outpost Liaison sound, King? I'm starting to think, all of my mods just have really long usernames. Like, all of my mods, like, I've got King, a.k.a. Seashores, or King the Space Disco Fox. We have Stone, a.k.a. Seashores Wall. I guess Animal 104 isn't that long of a name. But I guess, like, in order to be a mod on this channel, you need at least, like, 18 characters in your username. Yeah, because I'm playing on the experimental branch, which is why I can do this. And this. I can zoom out further, too. But he felt satisfied receiving water was the thing he did most recently. Must have been in prison. Also, in ASCII, I can zoom in. Also, because King is an ASCII fiend, might as well read the description in ASCII. Personality-wise, he's always in love with somebody and easily develops positive feelings. He's bashful and strongly prefers discussions and ideas of abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. He finds humor in most situations, and he is easily moved to mercy. He relies on the advice of others during decision-making, and he is swayed by emotional appeals. And he lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace, and he is confident under pressure. He tends to be passive in discussions, and he often feels discouraged. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he likes to keep things orderly. He has an active imagination and often bites his nails when he's trying to remember something. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art. And this dream was realized. He personally finds the acquisition and use of power abhorrent and would have all masters toppled. He believes that the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. He sees those that attempt to maintain dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive, and sees merrymaking as a waste and values tranquility and a peaceful day. And he dreams of creating a great work of art, and of course it was realized. He likes diorite, electrum, citrine, and scepters, and geese for their formation, flying, and swans for their beauty, and the sound of the lace of adoring, and the sight of the poetic glosses, and when possible prefers to consume giant firefly and apricot wine, and absolutely hates hamsters. He's unfocused with unmet needs and health-wise description. He has a very long beard, which is braided. His very long sideburns are braided. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His hair is clean-shaven. His rust eyes are bulging. His pale brown skin is wrinkled. His neck bears a massive jagged scar, and his eyelashes are quite long, and his slightly flattened ears, that's really hard to do. His slightly flattened ears are somewhat narrow, and his nose bridge is somewhat concave, and his hair is auburn with a touch of gray. And I'm turning this off now. Boink. It's really hard to do the thing. You like the little dwarf in the corner? What, in the descriptions? Like here? Can you use driftwood for furniture? I don't think you can use driftwood for anything. Outside adventure mode, anyway. And King is currently eating, something. A prepared yai? A prepared yak eye roast. This is a prepared yak eye roast. The ingredients are minced prepared muskox spleen, minced barn owl meat, and minced yak bird meat, and minced prepared yak eye. But it's minced. It probably looks like a shriveled grape thing. Ugh. Yak eye, not yokai. Yak eye. Yak. Y-A-K. Yak eye. Even even the captions understands what I'm saying. Let's just get this second one booted. Once this moves, then I click this button. There it goes. It's 2 ready to go. Also totally forgot everything I taught you about aquifers and now you're scared. It'll be fine. It's just water. Probably looks like minced egg without the yolk. Yeah, I would assume that like cooked eye would probably have a pretty similar consistency to egg. Yeah. Time to beat a few eyeballs and make a scrambled eyeball. Anyway, never thinking about that one again. Since we're using that door, I think I might actually just get rid of this door. I'm hungry. Sounds good. All right. I mean, you live your life. Curious as to what. Okay, they're putting diorite wall there. Those 2 are good to go. This one is now beginning. Also, shark jumping walrus, I hope that you're doing well, by the way. Man, they're taking a long time to attack Toe Thief. Oh, it's because I ate your lobsters and Lyagushka haven't left the map yet. Come on, you lazy bastards, get the hell out of here. What in the world are you doing? Like, come on. Oh my god, I would too. Christ. Did it, like, explode? I would imagine that if, like, a ceiling fan just fell or a ceiling lamp fell out of the sky, it would literally just, like, shatter, right? I'm literally watching this percentage go up here. There it goes. As they are filling it right there. 21. So I'm pretty sure a 50% full minecart is enough to completely obliterate that entire walkway. How many iron discs am I still making? Not many. Let's do another. Another 1,000. Pretty sure I have enough iron lying around. You can't melt down glass, but sand is infinite, so it doesn't matter. Lava will melt the glass, though. Everything is better dependent on material. Material has sharpness levels. You want a sharp material. I'm using iron because it's plentiful and because it is good enough and because it doesn't melt in lava and I have a lot of it. Lava does not melt glass blocks. Lava does not melt glass tubes. Lava does not melt glass pipes. So you can make glass pumps and they are lava safe. However, if you have glass items and they are left in an area where lava can run over it, lava will destroy it. It's always been that way, apparently. You've always got pages and pages because I don't automate any of them, really. I have like 2 automated work orders. I process plants is automated and tetrahedrite ore is automated. Nothing else is automated, so I just add them in as I need them. It's because I don't use the if-then statements really at all, with the exception of process plants and occasionally a plentiful type of material. I don't know. I find it makes things less efficient if I automate everything. Mostly because I'm bad at automating things, so I automate things badly. I find usually what ends up happening if I automate everything is I'll just end up with 0 of a thing and not know why. So I usually end up just deleting them all and just not wasting the time. It's almost like it's very easy to play this game very differently than other people. Right, well, this one's 40% full. So that's 40% full. It's pretty good. They need at least 3 across at all times. 3 tiles across. So, like, a wagon can go through like this, right? Because there's 3 across on the corner and 3 across there, but they wouldn't be able to go through this or this. But they would be able to go through this. Yeah, see, I don't want to do that. Or I don't like doing that. I actually don't like the way cut gems works now. Because the way it used to work is you could specify the type of gem by default. And now by default it's a generic item, which I actually don't like. That was actually a very highly requested change, which I was like, I don't want that. Because of how I run jobs, but... You need to always have some rough gems. For artifacts. Speaking of artifacts, I have a strange mood happening. Oh. Right. Well, I forgot that he went to prison for stealing an artifact right as he went into a strange mood. At least he's probably being brought water. How long are you in prison for? How... You know, hold on. Where is Zulban? I'm going to interrogate this dwarf. Because I'm pretty sure this dwarf got... corrupted by that vampire. Zulban the Holy Wheel. Yeah, because I don't care about cancellation spam, so. And it's also only spam if you automate it. Right? It's not spam if you don't automate it. It's telling you you're out of materials if you don't automate it, which I think is useful. But I digress. Combat spam? If you have combat spam, you've, like, fucked up Like if you have a fort that's constantly being like, so and so is fighting with so and so, you fucked up. You need to fix that. So it's not spam. That's a problem that you have to fix. If there's constant combat. I'd say that that's a very important piece of information that you need to be given. But you could completely disable the combat notifications if you wanted. Just go into your announcements and remove combat from giving you a pop-up. It's not like they make sounds, so unless you're using one of those silly mods that make them make sounds, which they shouldn't. Like, I had somebody on the Discord way back around launch window for this game who was complaining very heavily that about like notification spam in this game. And somebody asked them if they were using the audible alerts mod, and they said yes. And it's like, well, that's why you're complaining, because like you need to be able to hear a lot of this shit, like, or you need to be able to have those notifications. Like, you need to see them, because otherwise it's really hard to discern what's actually going on in the game without the notifications. So I consider the notifications like a vital part of the gameplay. Like, I need them. I need the cancellations to know when stuff's not getting done, and I need the notifications to know what's happening where. It's how I keep track of what's happening in my fort. Without those, there's no way around. Like, there's no way to get around that. Like, you don't know what's happening half the time without them, so. No sentence pending. So this dwarf literally just got released. Where did you go? Cool. Oh, wait. Oh, I see. You just had a dwarf on top of you. But you should be getting released. I don't know. Not that I've noticed. Analysis. I'm also not like following the bug trackers or anything, so I don't know what's bugged. But I haven't had any problems with manual saves, and I've done a couple. I even like retired a fort with a manual save, and then went back in on Legends mode. Because I made a split on this fort. And it worked fine, so. I can't say that that was ever told to me. Maybe you should just tell them that you're incompetent and that they must be less competent than you. I mean, I'm pretty incompetent and definitely shouldn't be in a leadership role, which says a lot about you. I want this dwarf to go be able to make their artifacts, so I'm going to just demolish their chain and let them go. Another artifact was seen being stolen. For the love of all that is dwarfy. Cog, why? I'm just going to follow this dwarf until they... Oh. We're back from Toe Thief again. Sent 2 squads this time. I'm sure that this is not what this actually is, but the tufted urn slipped into Toe Thief undetected by the square ticks of the reclusive ghoul. The forces of the armored boots searched Toe Thief. Chance Sin, the ruthless throne, was stolen from Toe Thief. I wish that that was actually a throne, but it's probably just a book. All right. The armored boots freed the dwarf Ubal. Bolts contained, and released the bench from Toe Thief, and released the bench from Toe Thief, or the beach. Toe Thief. What does that mean? The square ticks of the reclusive ghoul. Forces of the armored boots freed the dwarf Ubal. Oh, I understand. Okay. That's Ubal's full title. The released bench from Toe Thief and the square ticks of the reclusive ghoul. There we go. I understand. And What else did we get? 5 beak dogs and an iron pick. Nice. Someone just screamed yes from outside of your window. Well, that's good. I'm Master Axe Dwarf. Get back in the squads, boy. Probably one of mine that got kidnapped. All right, well, let's send them back out. Let's openly attack Toe Thief. We're going to send all 3 squads this time. We're not going to loot other items, but we are going to steal livestock and everything else. Gonna head off to Lurks before sleep time. Have a good one all. We'll see you later, animal. Enjoy your Lurk-a-dirks and your sleeps and stuff. It did say beach, yes. I misread it the first time. No, it's a Dwarf's generated title. That's all it is. Have a good snoozy poozy, animal. Yeah, I don't know. I've never seen that happen before. So I have no idea. Analysis. I would just do another manual save if possible. Unless, like, you were planning on jumping back, in which case, ouch. Watching the stream in darkness it is? Did your power just go out? That seems suboptimal. How's it hanging? Trying to think about like a pun that I could use for how's it hanging. It's pretty okay, I would say. Right, yeah, because of the lamp falling down. So your whole place is in darkness because the lamp fell down? I should be using this as a place for animals. I love that there's just an ostrich and an ibex just like stuck up here. That's just amusing. So just your computer room. Well, I mean, that could be worse, but man, at least it didn't hit you. Getting hit by a light fixture wouldn't be fun. Not high on my list of things I want to spend an afternoon doing, getting hit by a light fixture. Okay, well, this one is 75% full. Set them to boot that one. Is this a video game reference, Thayan? What, getting hit in the head by a falling light fixture? I will knock it and do not want to try it. Thank you. Also ads incoming. Boink. Up there. Now they'll start loading this one, hopefully. You know, I kind of want to make... this would be very impractical for shotguns, but there's something kind of hysterical about loading up a bunch of iron pots full of wine and firing those at the enemy. Or glass pots full of wine. But I'm not going to do that, because that's just kind of a waste of wine. But there's something to me about that, to me, that's very funny. Alcord, thank you very much for the first subscription in 2 hours. And for subscribing with Prime for a 3rd month. Welcome back. Cheers. Worst containers will use contractors will use extension cords for electrical. That's a. I mean, I can't say I've ever seen that, but I'm not gonna. I believe it. You'd have to be a pretty crappy contractor to use an extension cord for electrical. Even worse if it's also like using the extension cord for support. So at some point, they should stop just storing items in stockpiles and start loading this. Here, we'll just also prep some more. Make a new route. Start it there. Pause the game. Call it shotgun 6. Said 6. And you are going to be loaded with everything from here, everything from here, and kicked, and 75% full of desired items. And last thing I want to do for this is I want to add minecart to it. But seriously, Alcord, thanks for sticking around for a 3rd month. Good to have you. Thanks for keeping me in your Twitch Prime rotation. It really does mean a lot. Helping keep this weird channel relevant and existing. Also, yesterday, because Tina Turner passed away, I've seen a lot of people posting that they're rewatching Beyond Thunderdome, Mad Max. I think it might finally be time for me to go back and rewatch those original Mad Max movies. I think it might finally be time. I know that they're like a mixed bag, but I think it's finally time for me to go back and rewatch the old Mad Max films. Can't we just get beyond Thunderdome? I mean, you're not wrong. Like we should be able to just get past Beyond Thunderdome, but a particular reason why these aren't getting filled. I really just want the discs to go into those two. Push off immediately when full of desired items. Push off immediately when full of desired items. Playing from stockpile 41. Playing from stockpile. Let's just rename this stockpile to shot. Oh, jeez. Shotgun ammo. All right. I mean, it's all set to work. They just need to start loading it. Which they haven't for some reason. Which is odd. I mean, how else am I going to find out immediately when a celebrity dies, if not for Twitter? Hey, Zulban finally claimed a Magma Forge. What else are you looking for, Zulban? Claimed iron bars, must have logs, cut gems, KKK, bones, that's it. Bones, 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 bones. Beak dog bone, how's that sound? Not that one. What that beak dog? Maybe 2. Beak dog burgers while we're at it. Usually find out through tribute posts on Tumblr first. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't find out through Mastodon because I don't follow any hashtags to get that kind of news on Mastodon, you know? And the only way I would find out through Mastodon is if I was, you know, following people outside of, like, the video game spheres. And I'm not on Blue Sky yet, so maybe Blue Sky will have features that'll allow me to see shit like that, but... Although, can I just say something about Blue Sky? I'm kind of interested in Blue Sky, and we'll probably make an account on Blue Sky whenever it becomes a thing that, like, is actually accessible and you don't need an invite. But there's a clip going around of some guys talking about Blue Sky and people using Blue Sky and testing it out and seeing if it's any good. And they referred to, like, tweeting on Blue Sky as skeeting. No. That's all I wanted to say. How's the Mastodon doing, by the way? You're not stagnating after the hype period? I think I was really lucky when I made a Mastodon account and, like, actually, like, dedicated to it because it was right when this channel was doing really well. So I've actually kind of gained a bit of a following on Mastodon. Not huge, but, like...
I have no funds. Have my Prime Sir Crypt.
Prime counts as funds. Clary. Thank you very much for the 3rd month. Welcome back. But, yeah, no, I have, like, 380 or something followers. How many followers do I have on Mast? I have 300 something. Like, not nothing. Not great. Yeah, 365 followers on Mastodon. Thank you very much. Which is, like, enough that there's plenty of interactions. And because people actually talk to people on Mastodon, unlike Twitter, it's actually kind of lovely. Like, it's the social media service that I use now. Like, I use Twitter because I use it for work. And so many people that I communicate with for this job only talk on Twitter that, like, yeah, I kind of need to keep it. Otherwise, if I was just a normal human being who didn't have Twitter as a job, I would have deleted Twitter ages ago. I probably would have deleted Twitter around the same time I deleted Facebook back in 2019. So. But, yeah, no, I like Mastodon. I think Mastodon's kind of great. It's very, like, usable. You can make it into what you want it to be. Oh, there we go. They finally started filling the other ones with shotgun ammo. Cool, cool, cool. That's what we needed. They're now finally filling this one. Perfect. It's mostly iron. Why do you do that, game? I might just get rid of that sandbags minecart route because it doesn't appear to be functioning. Unless they've just, like, finally stopped. Actually, they might have run out of gather sand jobs. Yeah, we ran out of... no, we're just running out of collect sand jobs, so we'll do that. Extend it. Still could use more, probably. What are kids doing for chores right now? Work orders, labor... Kids do collect sand, right? No, they don't. Kids should collect sand. Clapping emoji. Are we talking about Mastodon? I'm going to be really mean to a lot of people for a second here. Good. I don't want normies on my social media. They generally just go around posting fucking nonsense and bring a bunch of weirdos onto the platform. And then you get these people who are self-described, like, political freedom peoples posting who don't understand the concept of, like, educated discussion on the internet and just think it's a place to scream out into the void about how my rights are being removed. And frankly, I think that the world is better if I don't have to hear those people. So, I'm happy with Mastodon being hard to get into, and don't think normies should be on there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I actually get, like, functional, like, good people conversation on Mastodon, and you know what? It's kind of lovely, kind of nice. And also, they are making it easier to sign up for Mastodon. Jokes aside, they are making it way easier to sign up for Mastodon. It's like, and also like if I find an like I've stumbled upon a couple of instances where it's like, man, this place is just full of shitheads. I've blocked the whole instance a couple of times already now. So, like, you know, it's good that it's hard to sign up because it's more focused. But they have made it a lot easier to sign up. That's actually kind of inaccurate information at this point, as far as I'm concerned. It's gotten a lot easier to sign up to Mastodon in the past couple of months since it got that last big influx. And also, something that's worth noting about Mastodon that I really like about Mastodon, and this is just because of my job, you're not allowed to post #ad on Mastodon. It is against the rules to post a paid ad on your account on Mastodon, period. And it will get you blacklisted from all instances if you post it. It's against their terms of service to use it to promote paid ads, which is real nice because, you know, I follow a lot of Twitch streamers. And Twitch streamers really like to sell their audience, and I get tired of seeing my coworkers' ads on my feed, so I don't actually mind. Why don't you know, the best place to, like, be a brain rot tourist isn't to, like, go to the platform, it's to go to repost platforms like Tumblr or Reddit, and just, like, you know, watch the brain rot there from a distance and sip your tea. You see, unfortunately, I have to use social media. It's part of my job. Twitch is, and also Wonderlust, I hate to break it to you, Twitch is social media. Like, by definition. It's obviously not the current popularized form of social media. It's not what people consider to be social media, but it is a social media. All right, so we are attacking Toe Thief again. The Tufted Urns attacked the square ticks in the Reclusive Ghoul at Toe Thief. Urist, Growlsealed, led the attack, and the defenders were led by the Goblin Arstruck. Urist's tactical planning was superior to the Goblin, but the defenders had a slight positional advantage. It's parasocial media. I'm the thing I hate the most about my job is the parasocialness of it, and the restrictions that are placed on my life because of how parasocial this job is. Anyway, let's see how this goes. We struck down a goblin. We struck down their leader like immediately. Struck down another goblin, another goblin, another goblin, another goblin. Somebody got an injury. Hold on. The dominant crafts led by the dwarf Iton Sack prepared the humid island of Wheeling clashed with 1,086 goblins in Toe Thief, saying 14. The dwarf Urists had a positional, used good tactics and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Toe Thief, and the bodices of Biting clashed with, led by the dwarf Urvad, the complex order clashed with 1,072 goblins, slaying 3. The goblin Moto was struck down. Okay, we struck down, and Moto was struck down, yep. We struck another several thousand, slaying 7. Another several thousand, slaying 4. The dominant crafts, ably led by the dwarf Iton, the humid island clashed with 1,048 goblins in Toe Thief, slaying 12. The dwarf Urist, Growlseal, used poor tactics, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage. And the dominant crafts, ably led by the dwarf Iton, the humid island clashed with 1,036 goblins, slaying 8. 1,081, slaying 2. Cool. And we clashed with 1,086 26 goblins in Toe Thief, and then we retreated. It's such a high population location. We're going to pillage once again. Get back out there, dwarves. We're going to follow Zulban. Raz, thanks for the 37th month. It cuts down their population. That's a location with 10,000 entities in it, approximately, in Unreal. So we are slowly killing them. We're just attacking them repeatedly until we can knock them down enough that, you know, we can kill them all and scream, "We are alive." Chat, can I get a round of beers for 37 months and just crazy amounts of support from Raz to the stream over the years? Cheers, dude. Exactly, it's a marathon. It's like Helm's Deep, except we are assaulting Helm's Deep. But yeah, no, and also the first subscription in 9 minutes. We had a few at this hour. Just finished World Gen on a 1,000-year-old world. Didn't take nearly as long as you thought it would. World Gen is like fast now. Like it is fast. Like I'm surprised they don't just have like a default 1,000-year option sitting there, because it is fast. Like real fast. Shockingly fast, even. Cull historical figures slows it down a lot, but makes your in-game saves faster. Cull historical figures slows it down a lot, but makes your in-game saves faster. What do you mean by cull historical figures? Fudehiko Casper, what kind of dwarf would you like, or would you like to gift? If you need to see the list, let me know. I'm just following this dwarf who is making something. Scribe, my choice. I don't think we have a scribe right now, so you'll be the first scribe. It's funny, like, scribes are something that I only really add when people ask me to. So they're all named, except for this one, apparently. So let's give you Etur, competent bone carver, competent wordsmith. Just trying to find it. There you is. You're not the happiest dwarf, but I'm sure you'll be okay. He never feels discouraged and finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. He is very trusting and he accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he likes to take it easy, and he's a friendly individual. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again and tries to do things correctly each time and has a greedy streak. He tries to do things correctly each time, and he has a greedy streak, and he is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he's conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and only likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather, and he is a hardened individual. Dreams of raising a family and personally values honesty, finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting, and does not respect the law and does not particularly care about craftsmanship. And he has he likes petrified wood, billen, milk quartz, clear glass, and pigtail paper. The color beige, maces and shields, and animal traps and guinea fowls for their social nature. And the for their social nature, and the giant hairs for their long ears, and the words of the palisade of healing, and the sound of the wonder of lilacs, and when possible prefers to consume giant tiger and barley wine, and pendant amaranth seeds, and absolutely hates blood gnats. He has a broad body made broader still by no shortage of surrounding lard. His hair is somewhat greasy, and his very long sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his very long hair is tied in a ponytail. And he's going to go copy the history of monstrous floor. His aquamarine eyes are round, and his head is narrow, and his ecru skin is wrinkled, and his hair is gold with a touch of gray. And something that's worth noting with this particular dwarf is you're actually a pretty good fit for this. So I'm going to remove this. Remember, nobody does gatekeeping. I'm going to remove your other dwarves and just let you go be a scribe. I think that you died. I think you did, but you died, not Major Turn. So you're grabbing the book, and you're copying it. So you've got a quire, a kiwi parchment quire, and the book that you're copying is a mica-bound codex. The written portion consists of a 128-page guide entitled The History of Monstrous Floor, authored by Damasto Baksamatu. It concerns Monstrous Floor. The writing... You guys didn't hear that, but someone is honking, going, fuck, really loudly. Anyway, it concerns the pits of Monstrous Floor. The writing is quite cruel. Overall, the prose is not awful, but not very good either. And I'm going to make, let's just say, 10 book bindings. Amount written on quires and amount of book bindings. If the amount of book bindings is 5 and the amount of written on quires is 5, then they will bind them. Then they will bind 5, actually, is what I should set it to. Gun of Mysterious Construction. What did you make, Zulban? Brilliant Quatmorians, 2 rib logs, dog of Aslinth leather, ooh, 1 humped camel leather, and more woods, stray beak dog bone, and iron bars, and you are a holy wheel weaponsmith. Ooh, iron weapon. Artifact. Incoming. To set up writing industry, you need paper. I actually have a video on how to set up a writing industry. You need paper, and there's like 4 different ways of making paper. It's called sheet, or you can import it. I usually just import it. In this fort, I've just imported it. Then you need to make the paper into quires at a craft dwarf shop, and then you either need scroll rollers or book bindings. They copy the books onto quires. Scribes copy the book onto quires, and you can set the number of copies they make per book at the library, and then so they copy them onto quires, and then the quires are bound into books once they're written on. If that makes any sense. And now you're reading the foundations of the dwarf, and you seem to be enjoying reading too. Chat, did you hear the one about the Forgotten Beast and the Mink Man? That is, in fact, my tutorial, yes. You know, fun fact, I don't actually remember recording that tutorial. I wasn't exactly sober at the time. I was just like kind of stoned, and I was like, I want to make a tutorial, so I just went and made a tutorial. So if that one sucks, I'm sorry. I swear. It's not my fault. I don't have any recollection of making it. Although, to be fair, I don't remember making the majority of the tutorials I've made, so. I wasn't drunk. I was high. But, you know. What's Foundations of the Dwarf? It's on sea otter parchment quire. Written on the item is an essay entitled The Foundations of the Dwarf, authored by Ral. It concerns the career change from surgeon to doctor of the dwarf Ral in Heatstone. Oh shit, we've actually got written books. I didn't even know this. from the career change from Ral of the dwarf Ral Vault Theaters in Heatstone in the late summer of 287. The writing it overflows with sadness. Overall, the prose is not awful, but not very good either. Fortunately, no. Fuck that guy, Baron. Zulban, the Holy Wheel, has created Kibkas, an iron spear, and claims it as a Hamley heirloom. This is fantasticals. This is an iron spear. Our craft ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with brilliant cut morions and decorated with one-humped camel leather and encircled with bands of Sangaro rib wood. This object, of course, menaces with spikes of beak dog bone and Sangaro rib wood. On the item is an image of the Voices of Eating, a native copper figurine of Ilana Hollowvine in iron. I love how Ilana Hollowvine isn't written on this, but there is an image of a copper figurine of Ilana Hollowvine. On the item is an image of the Mesh of Aching, a gold short sword, which melted in Dog of Aslinathus leather. On the item is an image of a turkey in ribwood. If it only gives you lowdowns, then what's up, dog? Malviate. Malvivate. Not much. What's up with you? Exactly. Just checking in real quick. Well, we're stuck in a save screen right now. We just made an artifact. We've attacked a toe thief a couple times. We freed a prisoner. And yeah, it's been pretty good. No complaints so far. Bum, bam, bam, bam. Stuck in the save screen. Send help. Yes. That doesn't sound like you're happy to be back. Ugh, I'm back. This is the experimental branch, yep. Ugh for meeting, not for stream. Ow, was meeting that bad? Why would tree-hugging elves want to build their civ on a volcano? Because there's trees on the volcano, probably? Same reason sometimes dwarves build forts and forests. Yeah, no problem, Gamba Addict. Why, are you curious about the, Is this somebody in my fort? Oh. I think one of my dwarves was just elected to the position of Holy Brilliance of the whatever the heck. The Just Domination, which is a religion. I'm not sure how popular of a religion it is. But, you know, it's great for religious figures to be carrying weapons of war, like this serrated iron disc. Speaking of... 43% full on cart 4. Good, good, good. It's to smite evil thinkers, clearly. Oh no, the Goblin Quest Squamaset has come. A medium-sized humanoid creature driven to cruelty by its evil nature. Spooky! Dabby. Stab his face, boys. So this is not really a bug. It's more just like an unintended hysterical consequence. If it takes them too long to get into the fort, let's see if I can see their combat log actually. Nope, there is no combat log. If it takes them too long to get into the fort, they can, if they're a were creature, they can sometimes turn back into their natural form before they get into the fort, which is what's happened here. I'm just curious if they've ever been here before or if they killed anything on the way up. No, they didn't. No, they did not. Sup, Porcelet? How's things? So this gosh darn goblin is now booking it into the fort, and all of my military is hunting them. Gotta love goblins driven to cruelty by their evil nature. Especially when they fall apart easily. So let's see how this next outright attack on Toe Thief went. We attacked Toe Thief with the square ticks of the reclusive ghoul at Toe Thief, and the dwarf Urist led the attack, and the defenders were led by the goblin Rollo. The dwarf Urist glow seal outmatched the goblin with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Toe Thief. We struck down a goblin almost immediately. We struck down a Mezbasat's eye. All right. We struck down Mato, a dwarf. We struck down Molo, who was a goblin. We struck down another dwarf. We struck down another goblin. And then it's just the big numbers. Hold on. The Bodices of Biting, led by the dwarf Urvad of the Complex Order, clashed with 1,075 goblins in Toe Thief, slaying 4. We clashed with 1,071 goblins, slaying 8. We clashed with 1,063 goblins, slaying 7. We clashed with... the defenders had a slight positional advantage because Eurus kind of fucked up his tactics a bit. But ably led the last hatchets, ably led by the dwarf Urist, clashed with 1,056 goblins in Toe Thief, slaying 6. The Bodices of Biting, led by the dwarf Urvad of the Complex Orders, clashed with 1,050 goblins. It's weird it's all goblins. Slaying 14. It keeps going. The Bodices of Biting and the Urvad of the Complex Order clashed with 1,012 goblins, slaying 4. And we're not getting any pillaging done. Although I'm just going to select this random dwarf. This is Mebzuth, Crowded Channel, the Tin Jewel of something. And they have 12 notable kills and 32 other kills. 9 and 9 in Toe Thief. This dwarf's like a goddamn hero. Is afraid after experiencing trauma. Well, I mean, I'm not surprised with the constant state of eternal rage. Let's just go hit the Fortress of Toe Thief and attempt to raise. I'm going to send all 3 squads again. Wish them luck, chat. They're going to need it. I'm telling them to just fight this time. Never mind. I'm actually going to cancel that mission. And instead, I'm going to tell them to go, like, stand here. No, we're not going to burn them. This is like a siege of 5. This is just a little raid siege. Next siege will be a real siege. Where do those thieves go? Whatever. I might actually just ignore these ones. Got a really pissed off miner. I wonder why. This is Rolf. How many kills does Rolf have? 14 and 37 others. Oh boy. Dwarves are really stacking up kills. Monday's a holiday. You know, fun fact, I haven't been given holiday pay or a holiday day since 2017. Because in 2017, I cut my hours back at my real job down to 2 days a week, which wasn't enough to get long weekends. Be kind of sad if this dwarf died here. Come on, dwarf. It's 2, 3. We're in a martial trance. Okay, now you're getting tired. Where's your defenses? Where's the other dwarves? What the hell? Okay, there's just like 2 more left. Literally, this one dwarf, Van Ori, is taking out this entire enemy army by herself. Here she comes. Well done, Van Ori. You did good job. Well job. Good met. What a grand dwarf. 12 notable kills and 38 others. Imagine she runs down here and just trips into lava. All right, let's send that fight back out. Go attack Toe Thief. Attempt to raise. Good luck. Yeah, but when I'm my own boss and the way I get paid because I don't have consistent income in my job, I don't take long weekends and don't get holiday pay anymore from an employer. So I haven't gotten holiday pay and a long weekend from an employer since like 2017. So that doesn't count. And also generally when you're own boss, when you are your own boss, you just self-abuse a whole lot, which is generally all I do. I.e., don't give myself enough time off, or breaks, for that matter. There's raw meat. There's 4 kills and 5 others. Not bad. Everyone deserves holiday time? The only thing that holidays do for me is actively make me lose large portions of income. My worst income months of the year are always months where I take holiday. So it's like I kind of have to be like, all right, how much money am I willing to lose for a week off? All right, there we go. It's like the one thing I miss about having a real job, I guess, is like the ability to just be like, fuck you guys, I'm going on vacation for 2 weeks. Bye! Forget that AI my dad was talking about. You guys wouldn't watch that. I'd rather just make a bunch of YouTube content. Which is what I do these days. I would rather do what W. Shand.
Why do you think I keep doing things like this?
Because you're nuts and should probably take care of your own finances first. I don't know. Why? Okay, well, I don't know. It seems like a lot of money. It's like $100, a couple $100 a week. That's not trivial, dude. I expect that to stop eventually, because like I know that everybody gets bored of streams eventually, right? Nobody watches every stream forever. So if somebody is throwing large portions of money, I don't expect it to last forever, right? At some point, you will stop watching me for one reason or another. That is inevitable. But thanks for the $50, Jazz. You just more than doubled today's finances. Some people agree with you, some people don't. Thanks. I think I'm okay. I'm not gonna say that I'm great. I exist and I'm here. Stream's fine. It's okay. It's tight. And before Blind kicks all mods and makes DF or a social media site. That sucks. In before Blind kicks all. Oh, Blind AI kicks all. Okay. AI Blind kicks all. AI. I missed the AI part. My brain read over that as a typo. I am a human who lives currently and won't at some point. That's my review of me. Checking on the cannons. Guess there's just too many extracurricular activities for these dwarves to be doing. They're storing owned items. That's good. But thank you seriously for the $50, Jazz. If you happen to have a Prime sub, now's the time to pop it, and you can get a pretty high-level hype train pretty quickly. But, yeah, just saying. I mean, I know how soon the AI uprising is going to happen. It's literally happening 6 months ago. Non-major nerd, thanks for gifting a sub. Here, let me assist. This next anonymous sub is definitely me, I swear. Hey, you got Jack Nurick in that. That's a 20-month resub for Jack Nurick. Fuck yeah. And Corvius, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. Wait, what? Okay, for a second there, I thought that there was 2 minecarts right there. I was very confused. Choo-choo indeed. Thank you. But I don't know. I feel like I complain about money way too much, which I shouldn't. I really shouldn't. And on the topic of streamer, like, taking vacation time, I'm actually going on a vacation at the end of June. So I will be gone for like a week. Like a week and a bit. There will be YouTube stuff the entire time that I'm gone, though. I'm just not saying when yet or where. But that'll probably be announced early next month. But I will be going on a vacation in June. Because I haven't really had a vacation since November. It's the last time I took a vacation, and that wasn't really a vacation because I got on a plane Thursday night after streaming that morning and then was back by Tuesday. So I didn't even miss a stream, technically. I missed the Monday warm-ups, which I wasn't doing at that point. So I didn't actually skip a stream. It was more of like a weekend in a different city and less of a vacation. So let's replace all of these statues because they all got toppled again. There's a Turtle Man statue. That's kind of great. I mean, admittedly, that it was basically just because my last vacation was a weekend in Las Vegas. I crashed with a friend who was one of my mods, Stoned Hobo, who was renting a long-term Airbnb there as part of his what's the word? As part of a school thing he was doing, because he was taking a class in Vegas. So I flew down and crashed on his sofa for a weekend, and it was great fun. We went and got very drunk multiple times in a row, and then went on a hike, very hungover, and it was fun. Got to meet up with Jess out there. Not to be confused with similarly named mod Stoned, or Stone, aka Seashore's Wall. Stoned is not to be confused with Stone, which even I confuse the two of you sometimes. So, yeah, it's like Vegas and then New Orleans, I think. You can walk around with alcohol. We went to Valley of Fire, King. It was an easy hike, though. But, you know, considering I was out there with people who aren't super avid hikers, or at least one person who isn't a super avid hiker who's Hobo. Not much of a hiker. Kind of had to, you know, take it easy anyway. Pyrolusite. Let's see if I can get the rest of this covered. There's many other parks around Vegas that I would love to go to. Every time I go to Vegas, I either need to find somebody with a car who can drive me somewhere so I can go on a hike, or alternatively, you know, go on a tour or something. Although, fortunately, I do have several friends who live in Vegas now, like permanent residents in Vegas. I've slowly been meeting people through Twitch who are either A, moving to Vegas, or B, just live in Vegas now. It was actually kind of funny. I found out somebody lived in Vegas after I came back from Vegas. They're like, why didn't you tell me? I live in Vegas. Like, well, but why? Why do people live anywhere? Has petroglyphs? Yes, it has weird carved head things. Thank you very much for the hype train with 7 subs and $50 in bits. You guys are very kind. I keep on checking to like see if I've downloaded those photos of Valley of Fire like from my Google Photos, and I haven't done it yet. I need to do that. No, we haven't beat yesterday. At least not with the hype train. It's 2 museums and a botanical garden for 1 ticket. I think I might end up going to Vegas twice this year because it's stupidly cheap to fly there, and I have a friend whose sofa I can crash on now. And it's like, it's stupidly cheap to fly there, and there's a lot of things I didn't get to do the first time I went. And I will be going for TwitchCon. So yeah, you automatically type in the word Valley. I mean, I would be okay with beating yesterday. Like, streamers always okay with having the most profitable day of the month. I mean, yesterday was my highest revenue day of the month. So I would be super okay with beating that, but I don't expect to. Thanks to that anonymous 50 sub drop and I have some suspicions as who did that, but anyway. The anonymous 50 sub drop and Orange with the $100 in bits. Buffets are not good for a diabetic, but yeah, I've heard the buffets are great. I prefer just a meal that I pay for. I don't care if I pay more for it, but I will have to pass on the buffets. All right. Freeways, thanks for the Prime for the 30 months. Cheers, dude. I don't like blind. I just here for the hats. Okay. You're just here for the emotes and that. I mean, I respect it. Sometimes you just need to paper bag it. Sometimes you just need to mute it and get the emotes and leave, right? I mean, what? Ironically, the best beer that I had when I was in Vegas last time was at Wahlburgers. Of all fucking things. Was probably the best beer I had at Vegas. Or in Vegas. Everywhere else's beer selection was actually kind of piss poor. Oh, we had no trouble finding good food in Vegas. Wahlburgers made a pretty good vodka soda the one time that you went there. Yeah, we went to Wahlburgers before. What were we doing that day? We went to Wahlburgers before going halfway across town to go to a show. Porcelain, thanks for checking out a sub to the Trench Dog, which is the Trench Dog's 4th month. Trench Dog's kind of been around this stream for a long time. It feels like good couple of years. So, thank you. Human poets unconscious in the corner again. Typical. Soldiers appear to be coming back from attacking Toe Thief. Let's see how this attack went. The Tufted Urns attacked the square ticks at the Reclusive Ghoul at Toe Thief, and Urist led the attack, and the defenders were led by the Dwarf Toulon Axe groups. Urist outmatched the Dwarf with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. So this is us pillaging, which means instead of just trying to sneak in and steal stuff, we're outright attacking them and trying to take over. So we're just hitting them right away. Like we're cashed with 1,079 goblins and Toe Thief slaying 8. It's gonna be a lot of those real big numbers. We killed a goblin, Cecily. We killed a dwarf named Rakist. We lost Toulon Axe grips. Rip Toulon. We killed another goblin. Clashing with thousands, 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 slaying 12, slaying 8, clashed with thousands, slaying 4. I think 1 loss is acceptable there. You know, you need to know how to make that minecart trap. Literally go to YouTube and type in minecart shotgun and my username. You'll find it. I have a video on it. Although I build it above ground.
It is in these moments that I realize I am doing the success path now. I don't know how to handle this. Help.
What? You mean like you're succeeding in life? Is that what you mean? You say that like it's a bad thing. My slaughter? What's my slaughterhouse concept? Do please explain to me exactly what my slaughterhouse concept is. But Pilot Guy 89, thank you very much for the 38th month, and I congratulate you on success and achieving your dreams and doing what you wanted to do. It's a fun feeling. I didn't really feel that until December. So pulling off something that you've worked towards for a very long time can be done, yeah? Okay, so this is at 70%. You can't see it because it's right behind my camera. It's right there. It's at 70% full. They're loading it pretty consistently right now. It's at 71. Once it gets kicked, oops, don't want to forbid it. Once it gets kicked, then we can finish the jerp up. Oh, I suppose. I mean, that's not a slaughterhouse concept, but this is literally like the exact same design. This one's just dug underground. That one's built above ground. I just simply used the buffalo as an example of how quickly you can kill things, but this is the exact same design, just at a different angle. Except this one is triggered by dropping a bridge and these instead of just kicking it. That's just a simpler version, that's all. So this one is triggered by a pressure plate, a one-time use pressure plate being tripped down in the base of it, which drops these drawbridges, which fires off all these minecarts at once. It's basically just a more coordinated, automated version, or slightly automated version, I guess. But it's still largely the same thing. Someone will kick it anytime now. There it goes. So that's 4. Now we just need them to start loading this one. And then this one. Let's go attack Toe Thief again. Also, I went and checked part 1 of this series. Part 1 of this fortress, Heatstone, is 10,000 views. Which is kind of bonkers, actually. Kind of a lot. It's a badass fort, I suppose. It's a pretty big fort. It's like, to anybody who wonders why I upload all my VODs to YouTube, prepare for a flashbang. You might want to squint. Nice. It's just, it's passive revenue after you when you upload part 1 of a VOD like this. Also, 8,000 hours is a lot of time that people have watched to this video. That's a lot of hours. But yeah, it's not a ton of revenue, but something. It's like the most recent part I uploaded, I think, has like 600 views, but it's like, you know, it takes people a while to get through them. I got people that are still watching through Sizzle Tongs, which blows my mind when people mention it. They're like, yeah, I'm still watching through Sizzle Tongs. It's like, I'm getting towards the end of Sizzle Tongs. It's like, oh wow, really? It's like, that was a while ago. But you love volcano and waterfall forts? How about oceans or big rivers? It's been a bit since we've done a waterfall fort, actually. I don't really count water lungs. VODs, when you have YouTube Premium, is all-day background noise with no ads. It's nice. And, like, here's the thing, right? How much of that revenue came from YouTube Premium on that VOD? So 50%, 47% of the revenue on that VOD is from YouTube Premium. 47% of the revenue on that VOD is from YouTube Premium. So $32.59 on that VOD is that I just showed is from YouTube Premium. No, absolutely. I mean, if you can just like find long YouTube videos to just put on in the background and have as noise, like, yeah, no, like YouTube Premium demolishes that shit. Somebody needs to go tip the rocks over. You're loading up. We're gonna make another minecart route for this. This will be way faster when reloading, I swear. It's just the first time you load all of these, it takes forever. All right, so let's go. Why are you not working? I'm just going to back out of this. Add new route. Add a stop right there. Pause. Shot. Shotgun 7. Load him. We'll just say with all of this because it doesn't matter. But only stuff that ends up in this stockpile. Kick forward when it's 75% full. And bring an iron minecart. There's another one. Did we just have an expedition? Yeah, no, I've got dwarves leaving. They are attacking Toe Thief on repeat. We're trying to take over, well, we're trying to take out a goblin fortress with 10,000 occupants. Yeah. So if my population is dropping and rising, that's why. You know, part of the reason, like, I made a friend of mine very sad the other day because one of my friends is like vehemently against YouTube Music, and he has legitimate reason to. He has adamant hatred for YouTube Music because he bought a lot of music on Google Play Music, which I remember specifically telling him not to do. I was like, that's a terrible service. They're going to shut that down. Like, no questions. They're going to shut that down. He's like, nah, it's fine. I'm just going to buy my music on Google Play. Bought like hundreds and if not thousands of dollars worth of music on Google Play. And then they shut it down in exchange for YouTube Music, and he can no longer download his music that he bought. And because it's like protected, he no longer has access to the music that he bought. Yeah. No refunds, right? So now because of that, I completely converted him to buying CDs. And so now we go to record stores and he has like a collection of like 3,000 CDs or something. And I introduced him to Discogs recently, and I literally sent him a link to Discogs, and he's like, why the fuck would you do this to me? It's just like, I hate you. Anyway, so I convinced him to get into Discogs, and yeah, now he has no money, but for reasons not necessarily surrounding Discogs. But he now buys all of his music from record stores and Discogs, and the result is he has access to all of his music at all times because he owns it. But I made him real mad because he rips his CDs, but he keeps the physical backups, right? He rips the CDs and keeps the physical backups. But with YouTube Play Music, like when they discontinued the service, you couldn't download any more, and you can't save it on digital storage. Like literally, like you lost access to everything you bought. It was a pretty rough shutdown, but it was a service that like nobody used, so not that many people cared. But when I got this new phone, I didn't install the Spotify app initially, and I was like, I'm just gonna try using YouTube Music instead of Spotify, and then unsubscribed from Spotify because I pay for YouTube Premium, and was just like, well, YouTube Music is like kind of about the equivalent of Spotify. It sucks slightly more, but that's fine. So does Spotify, and it's cheaper because I have YouTube Premium anyway, and I use YouTube Premium for work technically, so it's a tax deduction. So, yeah. Your car doesn't have a CD player? Get a better car. The hell? It's time to throw that car in the dumpster. And get a better one with a CD player. Modern technology for everybody. How are we doing? I'm working on iron discs. We've stopped making glass discs. Let's make green glass disc. 500. Makes a copy of the CD to listen in the car. Just buy it soon. It'll be fine. You know, actually, there is a pretty like active open source firmware community for Zune. Audio jacks and Bluetooth. At least you have audio jacks. I mean, since you have an audio jack, I could bring my boombox and power it off of 28 D-cell batteries and plug that into your car. I'm just saying. They also wouldn't harm my records, Phallogy. I mean, records last longer than CDs, so. I mean, like, I've shown this off on stream many times before. But taking this heavy son of a bitch to the park in the summer is a good time. Fuck me, this thing's heavy. Wait, with cassette capes and my special pencil for them. With what? With what? What do you mean? What with? What are we on about, Swallowed? It's 49% full. So I just want to highlight the fact that I have Zul'Bon in this squad, who keeps leaving the map to attack Toe Thief, right? Hasn't put armor on. So does that mean that Zul'Bon is repeatedly attacking goblins with no armor? Because if that's the case, that's kind of badass. Like, where the hell is Zul'Bon? Currently is dumping items. But you're in the... How are you in the military if you have no squad assigned? Okay, that seems bugged. Huh, weird. I'm gonna stand outside some chick's window and blast insert song name my panicked brain can't think of Scree. That seems like a really good way to get arrested for harassment. At least that's what would happen to me if I did that. Because we're not allowed to have fun anymore. Speaking of not allowed to have fun anymore, I saw somebody in my building, not last night, but the night before, drop a key fob from the 3rd floor to a guy down in the parking area, which is like a floor down from the 3rd floor, to let him in. Literally, he walked up and he's like, "Hey!" And then it's just, she dropped the key out the window. And I know for a fact she lives alone because she's been around the building for a while. Just like, someone's got a boyfriend. Which is always fun to spot. All right, I got a shit ton of DMs from somebody. What the fuck's happening? A friend of mine just sent me a trail that he wants to do. This is the guy that was mad at me about Spotify and YouTube Music. But he just sent me a link to a trail he wants to do, and it's Coliseum Mountain, which is not an easy hike. It's 20-something kilometers round trip, and it's a day hike out and back because you're not allowed to camp. And he just sent me a link to it. He's just like, we should do this. I'm like, what are you doing Saturday? He's like, no, I have to fix my sleep schedule. I'm like, man. No hiking this Saturday, sad. I don't know why chat's still talking about EMPs. Chat's just like obsessed that we're going to get hit by an EMP. I don't see that as a likely thing. I think that my chat has like a little bit of doomsday prepper energy sometimes. And you know what? I'm here for it. It's fine. I will just die. Like, honestly, like, there are some people who have this luxury of being able to prepare for, like, doomsday. But me, the second the power goes out, my fridge stops working, and my insulin dies, which would take, like, less than 30 days for all my insulin to just, like, die, like, stop functioning. And then I just die 8 months later. So I, like, honestly, when the world ends like that and World War III happens, I just jump off a tall building and just, like, get it over with because I'd rather not wither away. Yeah, pretty much. It's just like, I don't really get the opportunity to prep. You guys can prep, it's fine. But I don't get that. You just step outside, what, and die? I mean, Dallas would be a war zone, I'd assume. Yeah, I don't worry about things like EMPs. There's certain things like nuclear bombs, EMPs, World War III. It's not worth worrying about. Because if it happens, it's not your problem anymore as far as I'm concerned. How are the rollers connected to power? Right here. They go down. They go over. They go down. They go to here, right? And then this area right here go down, 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 down. You have a heavy aquifer, which is draining from up here. Parts of this are heavy aquifer. Drains down into here, along here, all the way along here, until it goes off the map. And these water wheels power my mist generators and the other things. So the mist generators right there, and then the rollers. They're all, those water wheels are also powering some millstones and a few other things. Millstones and pumps. You're fought with 300 dwarves, you're conquering all lands next to yours, and they send more dwarves? Well, that's good. Wait, as in, like, they're attacking you with dwarves, or you are getting more migrants? No, I won't. Ever again, Ferris. Please keep, like, cannibalism away from this channel, or you'll just get yourself timed out, because it's kind of one of my phobias. I'm just starting to state that, because it's true. I like an empanada. I will definitely go for an empanada, though. I'm here for that. It's a hat on his hat. Your skull has a hat on its hat. Yes, that is the 3-month subscriber badge. The normal month, the normal subscriber badge is just one hat, and then you get a hat on your hat, and then it evolves from there. People want to sit in a bunker for 2 years on their own. That's fine by me, but personally, I would prefer to have like food that isn't out of a tin. You know, it's really funny because like when I see people like kind of what you're referring to here, Graknork, about like sitting in a bunker, it's like they're doing research right now, and they've done a few of these research studies where they like lock a bunch of scientists in a room together to like simulate if it would be possible to survive on Mars. They've done a couple of these studies, like in like the volcanic wastes in. They did one in Hawaii. They did one in Arizona, where they basically just built fake Mars bunkers for on Mars, and then just locked these people in it. And they had to like go about their daily tasks as scientists until what's the word I'm looking for? They had to go about their daily tasks as scientists until 6 months or a year or whatever's over. And every single time they're like infighting and like about to kill each other by the end of it. And one of them had to be cut short because they were not getting along. And a bunch of rednecks think that they can just store a bunch of guns and canned food and build a bunker and live for 2 years. Good fucking luck. Honestly, like if that's the life you want to live, have fun. I've seen horror movies about this shit. It doesn't end well. You're not gonna survive like that. I don't care who you think you are. You're not gonna do that. That's not how we work as people. We would kill each other. There goes another vehicle. More Baronesses are getting married. Baron Minkot Wiltgear and Baroness Shortast Rovod Sugar. Rovod Sugar. Raskar. Rushkar. All my barons are getting married. Yeah. Love, death, plus robots. Exactly. It's just a matter of lucky. Well, I respect your honesty. I advise that you go build a bunker and see if you can live in it for 2 years with 3 people you don't like. You see, there's this thing called, like, you can live without something until you've had it. It's like a dishwasher, right? It's super easy to live without a dishwasher until you've had a dishwasher. Once you've had a dishwasher, it suddenly becomes weirdly difficult to live without a dishwasher. You know, you don't need a comfy bed. You don't need fresh groceries and produce. You don't need good, healthy food or restaurants or alcohol or friends until you've had it. So, like, sure, there's an element of truth to what you're saying, but the reality is just not that. God. Pressing space unpauses the game sometimes, which breaks the typing. So if you think you can live that way, then go nuts. More power to you. I can't. Medical issues aside, even if I didn't have my medical issues, I wouldn't even bother. I'd just be like, well, I guess I die now. Yeah. Okay, that should be good. Full of desired items. Perfect. Yeah, true. That's another one, like clothes washing machine. Dishwasher if you live alone. Like, I don't use my dishwasher that much, but there's no parks, no movies, no music, no cats, no pets, no internet. Well, let's be honest. If on Mars, there will probably be internet, but the latency will be so slow that you can't play games. All you have to do is manufacture your own insulin. All right. Cool. Thank you. Got it. You know, honestly, instead of going to Mars for LAN parties, I just hope that I live to get old, live long enough to get old and get put in a senior's home by kids that I won't have, hopefully. So extended family members can hopefully force me into a senior's home, and then I'll bring my computer, and then we can have LAN parties. Still raising Toe Thief. That sounds like the dream. What, getting old and being in an old folks' home and playing on a private Minecraft server? I don't know. Like, what do you think people will be playing on private servers in the old folks' homes? I'm sure that's probably already happened. You gave up. You used to dream about your descendants waking up on another planet. You gave up that dream in 2020. Why would you curse your descendants with such a horrible fate? People need to stop obsessing over Mars and just obsess over the moon. It's much closer and, like, the trip is shorter. Getting back is more plausible. That's really what needs to happen. This is 20% full. I'm going to just line up the last two of these. I kind of wish I could just copy these, but oh well. Add new route. Add new stop. Oop. Donk. Boop. 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 And boop. Oh, man. You don't think Heritage has that sentence is just hard for me to read. For some reason, I don't know why. You know what we should do though? We should take a note out of the Expanse's book and just send all of the Mormons to Mars. Baka Glass. What kind of dwarf would you like? You'd like to go dwarf to Mark Hamill. What kind of dwarf is Mark Hamill? I'm trying to think what kind of dwarf Mark Hamill would be, as much as you are. Chat, what kind of dwarf is Mark Hamill? No, it's fine. I'll let it sit, but an insane murderer? Swords dwarf is a... No, see, Luke Skywalker is not Mark Hamill. Mark Hamill is an actor. Luke Skywalker is a character that he played. Same with the Joker, also a character that he played. What does Mark Hamill do as a hobby in real life? Bard could be doable. Or like a performer. Sorry, shark jumping walrus. But that bit in The Expanse is very funny. It's a very good bit. The human performer passed out in the corner. I do have a human poet in the fort, don't I? But it's a lady, I think. No, it's a man. Okay. We could give Onek the human poet to Mark Hamill. Have to make some large clothing, though. Mark Hamill is 89 years old. How old is Mark Hamill in real life? Mark Hamill is 71 years old. Also, Google, can you fuck off with this shit? This shit sucks. Stop it. Anyway. Okay, so a little bit older than real life Mark Hamill. He is satisfied at work. He's currently sleeping in the stairs. He is always in love with somebody and easily develops positive feelings. Is troubled by this because he holds romance in a low regard. He never becomes angry, and he forms strong emotional bonds with others, at times to his detriment, and generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this since he values friendship, and he rarely feels discouraged, and he is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He isn't particularly curious about the world, and he doesn't seek out excitement. He has an active imagination, and he isn't particularly interested in what others think of him. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he scratches his ear when he's trying to remember something, and he doesn't really care about anything anymore. I mean, I wouldn't either after episode, 1, 2, 3, and 4 came out. He personally values artwork and is put off by family and doesn't really value merrymaking and sees equal parts of harmony and discord as part of life and doesn't see cooperation as valuable and doesn't really care much about decorum. He likes pitch blend, fine pewter and white jade and spears and shields and bins and alpacas for their jetting teeth and nightmares for their unfathomably horrifying nature. And the words of the amethyst of deserts and the sight of the glimmer of glistening, when possible, prefers to consume rice beer and absolutely hates flies. I just ask Jeeves. The thing about Ask Jeeves is, wasn't Ask Jeeves one of the last search engines that actually had, like, human inputted results? Where, like, websites would apply to be on Ask Jeeves, and then a human would actually, like, type in the search words that would connect to it. His hair is extremely long, his nose bridge is very convex, his ears have nearly fused lobes, and his nose is somewhat long, his lips are thin, and his amber eyes are slightly protruding, and his hair is white with a touch of gray, and his skin is dark brown. I'm pretty sure that Ask Jeeves was one of the last search engines to do that. Your wallet shall cry for months over a single beer? Apparently Fallout New Vegas is free on Epic. Just an FYI. Such a great human for Mark Hamill. Hopefully he survives. I'll feel bad if we kill Mark Hamill. I mean, I don't know, but months? Yeah, dwarves pick their rooms. Although that human might need to be assigned one, but I kind of like having the random homeless human in the fort. You used a squad to wrestle a giant cave toad to death. Okay. Where's the funny bit? You said it's a funny story, so where's the funny bit? Well, fortunately, this month is almost over. Come on, Noodle. Oh, right, yeah, we caught another Noodle. I forgot about the other Noodle. Well, we have to bring up the other Noodle, don't we? Well, shit. I totally forgot about the other Noodle, chat. Have we named the other Noodle yet? I think chat, like, sort of named it Grubby, because this one's ramen. So this one would be Grubby, because this one is an enormous three-eyed caterpillar. It has large mandibles, and it appears to be emaciated. Its amber exoskeleton is leathery. Beware its webs. Because amber is the color of its energy. Does that mean it will hatch someday? I wish, but no. Sure, that's easier to dig through. That's fine. That's not fine. Let's get that dug. A very, very hungry caterpillar. I used to read that book. Or I've read that book, I suppose. Totally forgot about Grubby. Kind of feel bad. I'm so sorry I forgot about you, Grubby. God, I can't wait for the next big siege. Oh, sweet, my squaddies are back. Attacked Toe Thief twice. Yeah, we're down to the 900s and 70s of goblins. Doesn't look like we've lost any more. So they're down to 970 goblins at this location. We're going to continue attempting to raise. You have a fort full of kobolds, and thanks to a dwarf DF hack, but the game still labels them as animals. And why don't you just mod the game so that they're a settleable species, and then they play like dwarves? But when I set 10 to be trained, all of them became barons. Okay. Now that's interesting. That seems like an odd interaction. Well, I mean, I for one, will follow General Dunkus into battle regardless of the cost. Speaking of regardless of the cost, remember that video game that we were talking about earlier today that had horrible reviews? Without looking, chat. So, the video game Lord of the Rings Golem had a 20%, a 20 out of 10 on a 2 out of 10 on Metacritic this morning. What do you think the Steam reviews are? Without looking. And if you've looked, don't answer. It's mostly negative. I didn't think we would have a game that would be worse reviewed than Redfall in one run or in one day. 25%. 25% positive. This isn't a game. This isn't an experience. This isn't even a torture test for your PC. It's a torture test for the games industry as a whole to see how much bullshit we're willing to put up with these garbage companies milking us for all we're worth. Oh. Wow. Good Lord. That's a Steam review.
Crypt beer, crypt beer.
Swedish EOD, thank you very much for the 3rd month. Welcome back. That is kind of incredible, actually. I mean, ever since that game got announced, I was always like, my kind of take on it was just, okay, who okayed this, first off, and who thought this was a good idea? I remember hearing about that, yeah, and actually, I seem to think that in my opinion, Charging separately for the lore-accurate voice acting isn't the worst idea ever because it's kind of a niche thing. It's kind of like Metro charging extra for their survival mode or like their hardcore mode or whatever. It's like an extra $5 for Ranger mode or whatever. Like that I can kind of also see. But yeah, no, it's definitely like a head scratcher. Yeah, exactly. Who got this idea? Who approved it? And how did it get funded? Whose idea was this? Is really like how I feel every time I've looked at that game. And I know people who were like very excited for it. Dwarf Fortress team can manage to release all updates with that new income from Steam sales? I mean, like, Dwarf Fortress is good to go. Like, you know, currently, there are some people who are like kind of worried about Dwarf Fortress, myself included. But I'm not worried about Dwarf Fortress in the future of Dwarf Fortress sense. Dwarf Fortress is set. Dwarf Fortress is in the best spot it's ever been. Right? Dwarf Fortress went from getting like, you know, $8,000 to $10,000 a month for 2 households, so 2 rental apartments, and multiple people before taxes, to just survive and make this video game. They went from that like a couple of years ago to being multimillionaires. Like Dwarf Fortress is in the best spot it's ever been ever. And Dwarf Fortress's future is secure, and I'm not even remotely worried about the future development of Dwarf Fortress. What I am worried about is the overall player base of Dwarf Fortress and how well I'm going to survive over the next couple of years of streaming it. But that's me being worried about me for selfish reasons, not me being worried about Dwarf Fortress for Dwarf Fortress will be fine. Dwarf Fortress will be great. I just don't really want to go back to the numbers I had before Dwarf Fortress released on Steam. Because I'll be honest, getting by was hard on like just enough money for rent and groceries and like maybe $200 a month to either put into savings or spend on stuff. That wasn't easy. I don't want to do that again. So, but currently you guys are more than killing it, so I'm not too worried at this point. But we don't have a zoom option for military in the world map. Why don't we have a zoom option in the military world map? Well, it's not the military world map. This map, you used to be able to zoom in and out. But there was something that was limiting them from being able to zoom in and out in the world map, so it's not implemented right now. But we did have a zoom option previously. Red Octobear. I said I'm not worried. My guy, come on. You're all good. Don't need to do that. Thank you. For the 20 pack of subs. Appreciate you. I mean, I don't expect to beat yesterday. Unless you're planning on gifting, like, 50 subs. And somebody else is planning on throwing another $100 in bits at me. Because currently we're not even halfway to yesterday, so. I'm gonna have another hype train at this rate. Are they even off cooldown yet? It's not even off cooldown, my guys. So don't try for a hype train right now. They can only happen once per hour. Waiting for a dwarf to kick this. Should be full. Unless I didn't... Oh, maybe I didn't set it to 75. But thank you very much, Red Octobear, for the 20 pack of gift subs. This is still Heatstone, yes. We are finishing it up either... Probably not today. At the rate things are going right now, I will probably finish this fort on Tuesday next week. So I'm thinking a new fort on Wednesday next week. Which also is pretty good timing because my birthday is on the 3rd, which means, you know, start up a new fort on Wednesday, which is the 31st. On the 1st, we'll be chugging into the new fort, and then on the 3rd, I will be doing a bonus stream on that Saturday because it's my birthday. So is also mostly negative. Really, I saw Cringer streaming that earlier today. Wow, wow, it is mostly negative. I thought that first one was good. Huh. Wow. Cringer has 10 hours in it. I wonder how he's feeling about it. Man, many rough releases today. At least, you know, Warhammer 40,000 Bolt Gun's good. You really liked it? Interesting. Maybe it's one of those, like, doesn't improve on the first enough situations. Because I know that first one had, like, what, a mostly positive reception? Like, that was, like, a 7 out of 10 game, from what I've heard. Yeah, I guess Steam audiences are being brutal right now. All right, so let's check this. Next one's filling. What? Where'd the... Oh, I see what's going on here. Let's wait for you to get kicked, and then block you. Yeah, I don't know. People overhyping themselves for games and getting disappointed. That's the final shotgun route. We can unpause. We'll go here. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. Wait, no, so... Am I missing one? There should be one there. Oh, maybe I never added a... Never add a minecart to that? I did, and it's supposedly there. Remove that minecart. At this minecart? Oh, weird. You here, you take all of these. Worst case scenario, I could just add one more, it's fine. And boot forward. I don't play OpenTTD, but I do play OpenRCT. Maybe I'll stream Open Roller Coaster Tycoon on my birthday. What do you think, chat? Do we just do Open Roller Coaster Tycoon on my birthday? I did it previously as for my streamiversary. Just like do some easy scenarios and chill. I don't kill a lot of people when I play that game. I'm not that kind of RCT player. I actually play it as a management game, believe it or not. Bring out the panda. I mean, it's right there. You don't have to. It's never left, really. Last two games I really overhyped were MMOs that didn't last very long, and you can get excited for games where you don't really try to overhype them. Yeah, trying to think. I mean, obviously I was really excited for Dwarf Fort. I was obviously really excited for Dwarf Fortress, but like that was also a game that I was already playing, so I knew I would like it. That wasn't really a concern. At least toss the bear gun. No! No, that's mean. I'm a nice person when I play video games, I think. But no, what's the word? I'm just gonna toss these in the lava. I don't really care. Play what you think you'll have the most drunken fun with. What part of you thinks I will be drunk on my birthday? I don't really drink on stream. There's too many rocks to know what to do with. Nah, they're you can definitely get rid of all of the rocks. I've run out of boulders in this fort a couple of times, but I'm getting to the point where I don't care so much. I will drink on my birthday, but not on stream. Like, I will absolutely have a couple of drinks on my birthday. No idea where or when or what I'll be doing, but not on stream. You guys would have to throw a lot of money at me for me to stop giving a shit and drink on stream, because I don't particularly enjoy drinking on stream. It's one of those things that I used to do quite frequently, and it's like not something that I enjoy doing anymore. But no, usually on my birthday I end up, like last year for my birthday I streamed, and then I went and saw a movie by myself, and then went to the pub by myself, and then got home at like way too late at night. So that's usually my birthday. My birthdays generally aren't that interesting. And I don't know what I'm doing on my birthday this year outside of streaming. Doing all right. And yourself, Deep Space? Just kind of brainstorming what I'm going to stream on my birthday. My birthday's coming up. Now you're done after 2 beers? I was never really a crush a 6-pack person, but in the summer I usually have a 12-pack of, I personally really like 33 Acres of Sunshine is my go-to 12-pack of beer. It's 33 Acres is a local brewery, and they make a French Blanc lager in a 12-pack that I will buy, and I will drink maybe, if I'm drinking that day, I'll drink 2 or 3 usually. Unless I'm like drinking with a friend, but I'll drink 2 or 3 over the span of a few hours while just like either sitting outside or getting work done. Catch you later tonight. Alrighty, Taylor. If I'm still on, I will see you later. It's Friday. I mean, here it's Thursday, but it's my Friday, so I feel you there. It's kind of funny. The pub that I go to sometimes, the bartender who's usually there on Thursdays, it's her Thursday. Or her Thursday is her Monday, so when I walk in there and she's like, "How are you doing, Greg?" And I'm just like, "Well, I mean, it's my Friday." And she's like, "Fuck off." He's an entertaining bartender. I like bartenders that like just give people shit for showing up. Those are the best kinds of bartenders. You got a Bach from Shiner that's your go-to? And there we go. There goes all the basalt around the edge. Yeah, she's a chill bartender. She just doesn't like it when people tell her that it's their Friday on her Monday. It's real matty. Yeah, Sierra Nevada makes some decent stuff. I don't see their beer up here too much these days because import fees are still fucked. In a post-Trump world, buying American beer is really hard. Although, I will say that I'm starting to see Ballast Point again in liquor stores, which makes me very happy. Ballast Point, for ages, was one of my favorite breweries to buy beer from. Obviously before pre-bio, but even post-bio, I would still buy their... I like their IPAs a whole lot. But when Trump got elected, he completely changed the ruling with imports and exports of beer. So, like, prices quadrupled for all American imports, and, like, smaller breweries like Elysian Brewing and all the Seattle breweries just stopped importing because it wasn't worth it. Isn't that a DF hack thing? Because, like... Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a DF hack thing. Because I know what you're talking about. What button? Because I'm pretty sure DF hack had that as a feature not too long ago. Yes, this. Keep building after placement. That doesn't automatically select the same material. So you click this. Then you click the material you want. Yes, it keeps the floors there, but you still have to collect the material type. Yeah, because no, what you're selecting is use nearest, right? So use closest material, just use what it uses whatever's closest. Well, I mean, DF hack has that feature, but you still have to select the type of material. But yeah, no, DF hack has that. It's not base game. You're almost mad. Don't be mad. But I'm like mostly certain that DF hack has a feature that does that right now. Also, Celastaris and Lyagushka. If I confuse the two of you, your guys' name is the same color and almost the same length, and I almost go by color more than actual names. If I respond to one of you and say the wrong name, I apologize. Makes building easier, yes? I mean, once again, I will do old man yells at cloud thing. You should see what this game was like in version 47 for building. Trust me, it's way easier than it used to be. Celery stairs. Has anybody actually called you celery stairs? Because your name does not look like celery stairs. Oh, man. Getting people to watch my Path of Acra videos on YouTube is like fucking pulling teeth. Man. Sag. Oxygen is a good game. I watched some streams of it. It looked extraordinarily bland and derivative, but if you're playing it and enjoying it, I'm happy for you. Floors, those are meant to be walls. Has more depth than the art style suggests. Sure, I watched 6 hours of his stream, and that streamer played it for another 19 hours afterwards and said it wasn't particularly interesting, so I'm good. Hard pass. And this is somebody who plays a lot of these types of games. So. Also, I'm assuming you guys are talking about the game Oxygen and not the game Oxygen Not Included. But, you know, it's also $10, so, like, can't really hate on $10. The other issue with it is that apparently it's using, or it feels, almost identical to playing a different city builder, which was published by the same publisher, which I'm trying to find now. Like, the main complaint about it was that it's like almost identical to a different game, which now I'm not able to find. Yeah, I'm not finding it now. But there's another game that was made by some of the same people that apparently feels almost identical to play, which is largely part of the complaints. Okay, you guys are talking about Oxygen Not Included, aka O and I. Well, that's a very different game than Oxygen. My bad. Because Oxygen Not Included is a very different game than Oxygen. But I didn't enjoy Oxygen Not Included, not because it's a bad game. I just didn't enjoy it. So I think that game's fascinatingly cool. It's just not a game I want to play. Don't Starve, it doesn't have a steep learning curve. Don't Starve is just a lot. Which I guess also means it has a steep learning curve, depending on what you consider to be a lot. It's such a weird game with its own weird world and its own weird art style and look and its own weird shit all over everything that it kind of takes a while to wrap your brain around what the game wants you to do because it looks strange and plays strange. Yeah, I mean, it's just the very Tim Burton-ness of it makes it kind of tricky. But although I feel like a weirdo whenever people talk about Clay games, i.e., you know, Oxygen Not Included and Don't Starve, because I feel like my two favorite games by Clay are like the two games that nobody bought. It's like fucking love Invisible Ink. That game is fantastic. One of my favorite tactics games ever made. And I adored Shank when Shank came out. Loved that game. Shank was so much fun. Kind of haven't really gotten into anything they've done since. Like, Don't Starve is fine. It's just not really my thing. And I bounced off of Oxygen Not Included pretty hard. Yeah, Clay is Oxygen Not... well, here. Clay Entertainment, a Vancouver studio. Shank 2, Don't Starve, whatever that is. They did some work on Crypt of the Necrodancer, but they didn't make it because those are both Vancouver studios. Invisible Ink, Mark of the Ninja, and then Oxygen Not Included in Griftlands. Hobo, what up? How's thing? You excited for, you finally have somebody I can ask this. Are you excited for Monaco? I hope somebody bins it in the wall during quali again so we get a weird starting order. That's my hope. We really need some Nick Debris or something. Yay? I know, right? I'm happy that we're at a point now where people don't consider hating on Monaco to be sacrilegious. Yeah, I'm looking forward to quali. It's the best time trial of the year. Yeah, he snapped his car in half at Monaco quali. Yep. Which allegedly is like the thing that made them decide to drop him. The humans have arrived to discuss things and tell us about their stuff, and we agree and talk to them about their things and discuss stuff. Now, the humans over here at Raw Syrup are attacking the goblin pits of Face Maligned, who we've attacked a couple times. And the humans down here are attacking the goblin pits of Spider Conflicts. Spockamania, thank you very much for the 8th month with Prime. Welcome back. Oh, I'm sure, Hensel. Yeah, I had a friend ages ago who tried to convince me to learn Don't Starve Together, and I actually streamed it for like 4 hours once. I don't know. I never fully got Don't Starve. It's like a lot of those kind of... What's the word? Survival games like that don't really grab me. Although I will say, this game has a beautiful art style. As far as survival crafting games go, I really like the look of this game. Got a really nice look to it. That looks like Bognagus. Anyway, yeah, really nice art style on that one. Like, actually enough that I'm tempted to try it, but... Looks quaint? Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Quaint. But yeah, no, today, Hobo, I don't know if you've been paying attention, but today is the day of terrible games releasing. Railway Empire 2 has mostly negative reviews, and Lord of the Rings, Golem, is also mostly negative, which is incredible. Woohoo, I think is what you're looking for, Digital Dingo. Chat, if you guys can come up with a better method of me distributing the sound commands to tier 2 subs in a way where you guys can easily see them, aside from just the command, if you can think of a better way of me to do that, I'm open to ideas. It was above Snakes, yeah, it was that game. It's the sequel to Snakes on a Plane, obviously. Exclamation point annoy me. That's one. Bacon's another one. This change to Monaco and you're fully on board. Make Monaco a non-points exhibition bracket race seeded by championship standings, basically 3 to 4 lap shootouts, winners, and advances the bracket, and we still get the crown max the winner and give him a podium or whatever, but we get to see actual action on the track. I think it should be a non-points exhibition race, but they should race Formula E cars because they're like a quarter of the size.
Over here, he has a sword!
It would also be great cross promotion for Formula E. I'm just saying. I just want to see Max drive a Formula E car. That's all I really want. But no, I mean, that's not a bad idea, Hobo. Not a bad idea. Like, there's just no way where Monaco ever becomes an entertaining race to actually watch by humans. Also, how are these doing? %29% full, 79, sweet. Got so many shotgun shells ready to go. I just need a siege. What's wrong with it? There's 2 major things wrong with Monaco. One, if it was a brand new track that was added today, it wouldn't be allowed on the calendar because the track is too skinny and the corners are too tight. Reason number one, it's dangerous. Reason number two, the cars literally can't pass on the majority of the track because it's not wide enough. The cars keep getting bigger, and that track ain't getting bigger. So it wouldn't be added to the calendar today because it's just bad racing. It's a great time trial track, as in qualifying is awesome to watch, but actually racing on that track is borderline impossible. So that's what's wrong with it. And it's bled? Bled? I mean, are we talking a Dexcom, like just the thing that sits on your arm for 90 days? Digital Dingo? I had one for 4 days and I threw it out. It's that simple. I fucking hated it. It hurt. It felt like having a nail in my arm. It was unpleasant. Hated it. Am I good at this game? No, I'm terrible at it, Tommy Katz. That's why nobody watches me play it. Yeah, no. I had one of those. Yeah, I threw it out. It's fucking trash. Hated it. Hated it, hated it, hated it. I'm just curious what brand she has. I mean, you come to me with questions about it. You might as well, like, at least tell me what brand it is. Why is there 3 minecarts right here? Okay, this is a problem. I'm just going to delete that one, and delete that one. Yep, and they're both horrible. Latroni bus. And I refuse to use both of them because they're both horrible. I don't have a command. I don't know what command you're looking for. Apparently I have that command. I forgot about that command. Is that the old playlist or the new one? Wow, that's the old one. All right, let me... I will go delete that command now. Done. Fixed. I wonder what year I made that command. Because that's for the... Yeah, apparently I last updated it January 17th, 2022. Interesting. Just update the link? No, that would require me getting a new link, which would require me clicking a few more things, which I'm not willing to do at this exact moment in time. But yeah, no, I mean, there was 3 reasons I hated the continuous glucose monitor I had. Reason number 1, I think I'm just too skinny. So it hurt constantly. I could feel it every time I moved my arm. The second reason I hated it was it made sleeping almost impossible because I sleep on my arm, and I tend to roll from side to side, and it hurt even more when I did that. And the third reason I hated it was, well, pretty blunt. You should look at the permissions it asks for on your phone. Like, we're talking about, like, being afraid of data and shit earlier. You should look at the permissions it asks for on your phone. But yeah, if you're looking to learn how to play Dwarf Fortress, bullshit aside, just go to my YouTube channel. I got tons of tutorials on how to play this video game. There we go. We're getting the problem ones moved. I don't know what I screwed up here, but I screwed up something. Okay, let's add a new route. Let's do this again. This will be shotgun. Eight. Should go right there. You tell them it's a hobby. I mean, I just don't use software that requires unnecessary permissions. Just period. But no, there's like a terrifyingly large amount of pushing around those things, and it's like the pumps are consistent and break a lot and malfunction easily, and the CGMs or continuous glucose monitors are creepy and invasive on a good day and painful on a bad day. It's like, yeah, no thank you. I don't like having things permanently attached to me, especially like when the CGMs require either A, a working phone, or B, a separate device that needs to be charged. And I like going on overnight backpacking trips and not short hikes. So if a battery dies, then suddenly I can't test my blood sugar. So if I'm depending entirely on that, that's just a bad idea. And also combine that with, like, well, then I need to have test strips anyway, so I might as well just use the fucking test strips. No, what's odd is that I have to pay for a portion of them, right? Like, I have very good medical coverage here in Canada. Stuff is mostly free. But all of my stuff, all in all, even after my deductible, costs me about 80, 90 bucks a month to not die. And it's real cool to have like a $90 a month, you know, expense fee to not just wither away and die. That's real cool. Yeah, that's awesome. I'll totally pay more in taxes if I can get just like full medical coverage. But also, I don't make enough to get like private Medicare. It's not worth it. Which my dad always likes to bring up. He's like, "Oh, you can get private Medicare." I was like, "I don't make enough to do that, Dad." This topic is extraordinarily uncomfortable, but it comes up all the time, turns out. You get kind of immune to it after a while. Because people are fascinated with people that are more broken than they are. Turns out, I'm a particularly broken individual. Both mentally, physically, emotionally, and generally in my career. So, you know, I'm a fascination to some people. Well, I mean, I'm in Canada, right? So the vast majority of my shit's free. Vast majority of it's free. All right. Canadian healthcare is almost equivalent to the majority of European countries. It's not quite as good as some places in Europe, but the vast majority of like mandatory stuff is free. Oh, I shouldn't be doing that. I always do that out of habit, but like the lava will just destroy it. Had any healthcare for almost a decade? Yeah, I would be bankrupt. Like, I wouldn't be able to afford rent. No, we need to find people who aren't disabled to advocate for us, Casualty, please. That is my favorite trend, is when people are just like, I advocate for people with disabilities. All right, take something sharp and disable yourself. And then come at me. And then they're like, but I am disabled. I'm like, cool, then stop advocating for me. I don't need your advocation. So you just have a telemedicine doctor so you can keep access to your meds? That's scary. But every now and again, I'll get randos popping into my chat who just like are just like weirdly nosy about all my disabilities because of some of the tags I have. And all they want to know is like specific intimate details and then want to know why they can't be fixed. And it's just like, and then they almost always turn around with, I advocate for people with disabilities. It's like, you don't advocate for squat, fuck off. Eat shit and fucking leave. Thanks. I think threatening people directly is a bannable Twitch offense, so I have to be careful with what I say. Casualty. English is not your native language? That's a good fucking question. Let me look up the definition of the word advocate. Advocate, meaning, noun. A person who publicly supports or recommends a particular cause or policy. Or advocate, publicly recommend or support. They advocated for an ethical foreign policy. Well, I mean, you don't have to watch what you say. I'm not a cop, but I have to watch what I say because what I'm saying is being recorded and broadcasted out to 200 people. So, and then memorialized on YouTube, but you're fine. and then King walks into the room. I'll disable this dick! Yeah, it's the speak in support of, but I am just a self-centered adult who doesn't need your support. Outside of like Twitch subs and buy my merch, in that way, if you want to advocate for me by buying all of my merchandise, like that I'm totally fine with, right? If you want to advocate for me by like gifting subs in the chat or subscribing with Twitch Prime, that's fantastic. I'm all for that. But if you're just here to emptily state that you advocate for people with disabilities in my chat after like quizzing me for 10 minutes about my eyes and diabetes, you can go away. That's it. And I've had a couple people do that to me in the last 6 months, and it irks me greatly. I'm literally just sitting here waiting until a siege shows up. That's currently all that we're doing, which is part of the reason I'm retiring this fort soon. Advocate these nuts, basically. I would also like an avocado. If you bring avocados to people with disabilities, that would be great. On toast, preferably. It has been a fantastic fort. Yeah, deep space. Nah, I'm good. Y'all are on your own. Ban. Like, frankly, I got enough problems in my own country. Although that being said, I guess my older sister kind of did advocate for an American because she married one. Now he lives here. My older sister has some private employment for a sports thing that she's a part of, which I won't out so I don't dox my sister. But she does some coaching on the side. And so last year they had to pay taxes for the first time ever. And her husband was just like, whoa, we have to pay taxes. It was freaking out because they owed like $800 or something. Oh, those fucking poor children. And then she asked him how much he thinks the hospital bill for his broken ankle the prior year would have cost. And then he shut up pretty quick about having to pay for, you know, taxes because, like, it cost him zero. You had a fort brewing I had a fort idea brewing by the blind. Not sure if it's doable or not. But that was to clear out a cavern floor from the pillars and build downwards and a stalagmite built hold on. I was gonna say, like, I'm pretty sure I just saw this community fort a couple days ago. But build downwards and a stalagmite buildings from the green clear crystal glass. That seems time consuming. Are you suggesting I do that, or are you asking if you should do that? Because go with God. I'm good. No, the next fort I do, it's probably going to be on an ocean. 30% of paychecks gets taken out for private healthcare. Yeah, that most people probably aren't even aware of. Also, part of his concern may have been from how America taxes expats as long as they still have his... No, he doesn't have his U.S. citizenship anymore. Like, straight up doesn't. He forgot, like, got rid of that, I think, in 2017? He'll be mad all day. It's okay, I'm mad all day most days, so... Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, every now and again, like, I'll get a letter from something America confirming that I don't have an American citizenship because I make enough money from international sources that they look at me and go, But, no, it's fine. Doing the dual citizenship thing is stupid as hell. That they have to take taxes from someone who doesn't even live in the country anymore. I mean, it depends on the country. Not all countries require that, right? If you live somewhere that doesn't require that, then dual citizenship is really valuable. Like, my mom currently is trying to get dual citizenship with Germany with my aunt. Because my mom and my aunt qualify, and by extension, technically, I do. But my mom's trying to get that so that she can do some schooling, theoretically, after she retires. Could go to university for 8 months and go take a university course out in Germany. I was about to ask what the other country was, and then I remembered and now I feel dumb. And also, I will just say, to anybody who truly wants to know what it's like to live with a chronic disability, just go play Citizen Sleeper. Like, straight up, just go play Citizen Sleeper. And I don't even mean that, like, as a joke or anything. Like, go play that video game. That video game is the best example of what it is like to live as a human with a chronic disability. Just period. I've always wanted to go to Germany. It's on my list of places to go before I die. I would actually say that Germany and Amsterdam for me are higher than like Japan. And most people are like, I want to go to Japan, and I'm like, I'm good. Kinda. I have a full playthrough on my YouTube channel. It's mostly reading. There's some dice game stuff in it too, but it's a lot of reading. But that game is so good at what it does that it actually hits the too real point at a few points. You'd love to live in rural Japan? I'd love to get a work visa and go live in Iceland for a year. But I don't make $10,000 USD per month, which is how much you need to get a work visa to go work out there. So, yeah, at least for the digital nomad stuff. I'd need to be doing as well as I did back in December every month. So I'd need like 1,000 plus concurrents to pull that off, which not even trying to be a downer here. I don't think that's going to happen on Dwarf Fort. I didn't even hear that start. The miner has created a marble coffer and offers it to the armored boots. Didn't even hear that go off. When did that start? It's a very valuable marble coffer. Our crest ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval-cut yellow zircons and encircled with bands of alpaca wool and rose-cut rose quartzites and badger leather. This object menaces with spikes of marble and milk quartz and pigtail. On the item is an image of a marquee-cut gems and steel. I think I'm going to put that in the main tavern so that all of the dwarves can enjoy it. You're deaf as fuck? Hi, deaf as fuck. I'll just give you a link. This game. This game. This game is the best example possible of like what it's like to live with a chronic disability. And I can explain it with this screen alone. At the start of the day, you get 5 dice. Every day, your body's like integrity goes down, and you have to buy expensive meds to regain your body's integrity. As your body's integrity goes down, your dice get worse. Sometimes you just have no integrity left, and you get shitty rolls, and you have 1 dice, and you just kind of have to put it somewhere and hope for the best. It's really interesting to see how mechanics like that can be made to accurately represent existence. Because some days it's like, there are points in that game where you'll just be like, welp, I want to complete this thing, but I only have 2 dice and it's a 1 and a 3. The 3 only gives me a 40% chance of success. But if I don't complete this thing, then it's going to cost me money and I'm going to get a dialogue option I don't want. Where do I put the dice? Do I put it off and hope I still have the option tomorrow? Or do I try anyway? But yeah, it's very good. Tame is still tantruming. My dwarves have returned from Toe Thief again. We're still fighting them. We're in the 900s. Still. It's literally gamified spoon theory. Casual thing. But it's so fucking good. Also, it helps that the writing and music are both really good as well. I might actually play through that game again next year because they added in more post-story content. Play as a new character with a different class and do a different route through it. Taurus, what up? It's good to see you, mate. You'd love to live in Vienna or Amsterdam? One of my teammates lives in Vienna. Japan is great, but you don't speak the language. I'd like to visit Japan. I have no interest in living in Japan. I deal with enough racism in Canada. I don't need to deal with Japanese people directly. Or a way to reset detailed world generation. Or a way to reset detailed... Oh, you mean, like go back to default parameters? You have to copy paste a parameters file into the... I don't think there is a defaults button. At least as of last time I looked, there wasn't. How'd that go, Ranger? Good times, bad times, entertainment? Interesting experience, at least, I hope. Kind of tempted to, well, it's midsummer. If we get attacked, it'll be in fall. Hopefully. Let's go hit them again. Hitting them again. You loved it? I mean, that would also help being stationed there, because if you're stationed there, then optimally you're there with people you know, right? So you'd have a lot of camaraderie going in, which would help. Probably, like, best case scenario, actually, for being stationed somewhere. If I had to guess. All right, let's do that. Like, going to a foreign country is way easier with friends than going to a foreign country alone. Going to put something on these ramps. Both obsidian. This is starting to look pretty good. This little death trap. Need that one to get knocked out. There we go. There's a lot of Japanese investment there. It's a lot of tourism. I know a streamer who lives in Hawaii and he just complains about how it's too hot all the time. Like, literally, it'll be winter and everybody will be bitching that it's, like, so cold. And he'll be like, guys, it's like 90 degrees out and 100% humidity. We're all just like, dude, it's so fucking cold. And he's just like, I want to die. But, you know, living in tropical paradises have their benefits, as Hobo has reminded me many times. Sounds like you in Texas. You guys actually get winter sometimes, though, right? Like, deserts get winter, and depending on where you are in Texas, you definitely get cold weather. Sometimes, allegedly. I'm pretty sure Hawaii just, like, straight up doesn't have seasons most of the time. I could be mistaken, but... It's nice sometimes. I mean, living anywhere has its benefits, right? Like, here I deal with high rent and housing crisis and people who just move away, so it's almost impossible to maintain long-term friendships. But, on the bright side... hiking's pretty great. You live in Phoenix and there's a ski resort 3-ish hours away. I live in Vancouver and there's a ski resort a 45-minute bus ride from me. But yes, I see your point. I'm just bragging. I also don't ski, so it's not actually that helpful for me. I know what you mean. I mean, I don't know how to respond to that, but weed is legal here, so yes, I guess. And other stuff you don't understand. You don't understand how elevations works? Which is fine, you guys. Keep huffing that copium. Keep at it. I mean, yes, it is fine. It's a step. I kind of want the end of this to be a different color. Go Cinnabar. The good legal stuff? Well, like I said, I'm just giving you a hard time. Don't take me too seriously. Hey, we bound 5 books. Library industry is going. We've also apparently written originals here, which I hadn't noticed. Although we do have 154 books, including copies now, which is like, you know, a pretty... you know, not small collection, shall we say. You know, like The Trenches Incorporated, authored by Lytast. For some reason, my brain is reading that as co-opium. Co-opium? Co-opium? As in, like, working on things together as a group? Like, yeah, I mean, that would be good if people did that. This one's 41% full. Let's make 500 more iron discs. And then you need teammates to carry you, but you insist you're the one carrying them? Sure. Like a chicken coop? So is that where you tell somebody to go eat chicken shit? Or get out of here, chicken shit. Get out of this coopium you're in. What? These internet terms for fake drugs that don't exist are confuzzling. Oh no, an enormous hairy crab. The forgotten beast, Nagalak Sheshririm Shulkik has come. An enormous hairy crab. It has 4 long straight horns and it has a bloated body. Its gray hair is short and even. Beware its noxious secretions. So this thing's about to get raffle stomped by a very scary creature. Although we're not going to see it happen because it just walked off the map. This cavern layer has a forgotten beast on it that is made of steel and has webs. Yeah, it's dead. Don't worry, it's dead. The thing's got like 50 kills against forgotten beasts as of last time I checked. There's one. This one died. So, yeah, it just lives there. When you have money to go out and play video games instead. Fortunately, video games is a relatively affordable hobby. Fortunately. We got this little dude trapped. Actually, finish this up. Let's go here and block this off. Let's go here. Block that off. Well, this needs stairs going up, which is easy enough to do. I shouldn't be doing it this way. So I could either make this thing into another silk farm or I could do something else with it. We'll have to figure out what we're going to do with it. Fortunately, Grubby the Noodle moves real slowly, so... I'll have you know that Zelda is $89.99 in Canada. So just be happy you get a cheaper price. What are we effing for? Walls on the map are shaped like F. Oh, you mean these? I guess it kind of looks like an F. Then I'm not sure what walls you're referring to. The big basement? I don't know where you're getting this F from, but I don't see it. Yeah, I don't see it. Yeah, I really don't see it. No, it's fine. I'm just like, when people start saying F in my chat without context, I assume my stream went offline, so. Oh, whatever. I'll see it at some point. Someone clip it? I mean, that's one thing you could do. You could do that too. Shrug. Yeah, I don't know. This seems like a big ol' waste of time trying to look for this. Especially because if I find it, I'm just going to demolish it, so. Still don't see it. Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about. How about you get an F casualty for making fun of the blind guy who doesn't see the thing that you see? Oh, this. I mean, I guess I see it. Problem solved. No, it's fine. Like I said, I'm just giving you shit. We killed the F. It's all good. The key of F is now no longer playable by any musical instrument in this world. You found the F, yippee. Sounds like a bit from like a kid's TV show. Yay, we found the F. The what? The F, dude, we found the F. Kinda just wanna, I realize I'm actually wasting blocks by doing this, but I wanna have like a stripe down the middle of this. Building, oh. Gonna do that. Just give us a nice pattern for here. I'm pretty sure we've paid our respects a long time ago. It reminds you of the friendship, unity, caring, and kindness skit from SNL 20 years ago. I don't think, you know, I've said this before and it always kind of surprises people. I don't think I've ever actually seen an episode of SNL in its entirety. I've seen a handful of skits over the years, and I generally don't even realize they're from SNL unless somebody tells me. I don't watch that kind of comedy. Most of the dwarves are just loading mine carts. How full is this? 52% full. Okay. Let's add a stop for this next one. We're going to load it with all the weapons that we can from this one stockpile right here. And when it's full, we'll kick it. And the minecart is going to be this one. You watched it because your parents did? I think that's why most people who watched it was they watched it because it was just on. Because it was the thing that was on the television. In late summer, I'm kind of expecting a siege. But we're going to send out one final attack against Toe Thief. Hilarious that remembering it was a literal thing in some Call of Duty game. Well, it was press X to pay respects. It was Call of Duty Advanced Warfare, which I think was 2015. It was F on PC and X on Xbox. Press X to pay respects. And then you press X and your guy puts his hand on the coffin and sits there quietly for like 30 seconds. At least I think it was Advanced Warfare. That's the one with Kevin Spacey in it, isn't it? Pretty sure that's the one with Kevin Spacey. Certainly didn't age well, but I've also heard that that game is like basically unplayable now. Like none of the servers exist anymore, really. And there's like third-party servers that are sketch as fuck. They take a good joke and squeeze it dry. Well, I mean, they take a good joke and then eventually make movies out of it. But some of my favorite movies of all time were originally SNL skits, you know? Like The Blues Brothers, just to throw that out there. And like, Wayne's World, you know? Like there's something to be said for taking a joke too far, and they certainly were the masters, or are the masters of that. Starting to think it might be time to make the dwarves new clothes soon. Blues Brothers was a bit on SNL first. Yeah. And then they made it into a movie where John Belushi and Dan Aykroyd basically sang a karaoke song. I'm not sure if they did that before or after the movie was planned, though. It might have been as part of the marketing for the movie. The old stuff is in part cocaine-fueled good. Yep. No, you're not wrong. I haven't really played a Call of Duty game since the first Modern Warfare. Yes. The first Modern Warfare was the last Call of Duty I played. And I didn't actually play it proper. I only played the co-op missions. Because I was friends with a kid at the time who had an Xbox. That was good times. We also played World at War Zombies in his house. Also good times. No, obviously. It was Blues Brothers 2000 isn't the worst movie ever made. It certainly isn't. And it also isn't the worst sequel ever made. It just, in my opinion, shouldn't have been made. That's the issue that I have with that movie. It's not that it's a bad movie. It's just they shouldn't have made it. Wasn't there a Sniper Elite Zombies game? Let's see. Sniper Elite. Let's see. How many Sniper Elite zombie games are there? So if I just type in Nazi Zombie Army, let's see. There's Sniper Elite Nazi Zombie Army. Sniper Elite Nazi Zombie Army 2. I'm pretty sure that they made at least 4 of these. Turns out saying typing in Sniper Elite Zombie is maybe would have been a better. Yeah, they made 4. You know, I am always constantly impressed that the Sniper Elite franchise is as successful as it is, and they've made as many of them as they have. Like, it's kind of ridiculous just how many of these things there are. Sniper Elite 3 was probably my favorite one, though, out of the ones I played. Anyway. Then you got into TF2 and other types of shooters and you lost interest? Yeah. Now I'm staring at old Rebellion published games and getting waves of nostalgia. I think I played this at either on a friend's computer or at the public library, and I can't remember which one. I never played 4, I don't know. Man. The ones I always played always felt fine. But when I play the Sniper Elite games, I set them to easy and just chill. This is almost full. This one is 74% full. So it's going to get kicked pretty soon. Early Autumn it is. Looks insane, instantly like a public library game. The best public library game of all time, easily. I don't know why this was on the public library, but the original Creeper World. Best library game. Best library game. This game was so good. Fucking love Creeper World. He's got a new one that he's working on, and it's like 2D and looks like sand games. Let me see if I can find that footage that he posted. Let me just go to the Knucklecracker YouTube channel. Where was that? What even is the name of the official YouTube channel for him? Oh, I see. Found it. Not what I thought it would be. Yeah, this thing. This is the next one. This is what he's working on. It's got a interesting perspective. Where's like some actual gameplay? It doesn't have much up here. But yeah, I don't know. Creeper World is cool. Oh, this is the video I was looking for. That's like Knucklecracker played Noida. I'm so down for this. There's a previous side on Creeper World, but nobody played it. Really? I don't think I played that one. I played the original Creeper World. I never played Particle Fleet. I played Creeper World 3, and then I played 4. I streamed all of 4 and got a lot of dislikes and mean comments on YouTube. Yes, finally. That's not about that, but we finally got a vile force of darkness that's arrived that is seeking a parlay, and I need to cancel you as part of raising Toe Thief. I need my squaddies to leave, but let's see how big this siege is gonna be. But they're seeking a parlay, so it's fine, we have time. Group of friends had a modded copy of Halo Combat Evolved demo on some flash drives. Yep. Yeah, Halo Custom Edition or whatever. That's because they're seeking a parlay. Most of them aren't on the map yet. They need to move forward. They will. More of them are spawning. Just wait. I'm gonna real quick go grab a snack, actually. I'm going to jump up here. And just like, you guys can just sit here and watch these guys show up. We're gonna start getting all the dwarves inside. And I will be back momentarily. Yeah. Siege snack, yeah, pretty much. So we're waiting for my soldiers to return, and they will continue showing up and asking for parlay and vomiting. Apparently, there's puke. All right, chat. Don't go anywhere too fast unless you want to miss an awesome siege. And Bobble Page, hello. I hope you're doing well. If I could get a round of beers, that'd be fantastic. You guys have done a crazy amount for the stream already, so I won't do the teasing about Hype Trains thing this time. But just if I could get a round of beers, that'd be rad. And if you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the chat room. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Are you talking about like reloading mid-siege, Lennox? Because you don't really want to be reloading mid-siege, is the simple way of putting it. Okay, so my soldiers are in fact back on the map. Seems like most of them are back in. I'm going to pull this lever. And because you don't really want to reload mid-siege. Like, there's never really a point where you want to reload mid-siege. If you're reloading mid-siege, you fucked up. Is the way I would put it. Although, what you can do with this setup, if I pause for a second. Now, if you use lava buckets, which is something I think Twisted Logic has a video about. I haven't made a video about it, though. You can slam minecarts into these, shoot balls of lava using lava buckets, have them drop down a layer onto another minecart track, and then zip back up to the top, and then back down and around and in through the lava filler again so that they get filled with lava again, collide with this to then be fired a second time. That is a more practical way of reloading mid-siege. It doesn't really work with the using shrapnel like I'm doing it. All right, I've got the game paused and I'm dumping onion. Let's see how big that siege is. All right, it's not a small siege yet. Certainly not the biggest one I've seen, but I will deny this. Which means now they will start moving. Are there more showing up? It's not a small siege, that's for sure. But I'm just gonna say bluntly, stop it with the fucking cannibalism. Vodka glass. I'm eating. I will take away your naming privileges. You're allowed to give them to fictional characters all you want. And no, it's not funny. Like, you're literally like coming at me with one of my phobias. So if you keep suggesting shit related to like literally my least favorite thing in the world, I'm just gonna ignore everything you say and refund every single dwarf you redeem. Okay? I've explained this like a dozen times in the past month. I'm sorry that you've missed it every single time. I fucking hate references to cannibalism. Stop it. You're just gonna ruin a good thing that other people enjoy. Don't ruin good things that other people enjoy. And you know what? In fact, I'm actually just going to disable redeem dwarves. Because it's up right now and I'm not a big fan of what you're suggesting, so think about it for next week. All right. Now we wait. Well, I sit here and wait. That seems like a very good thing. You should do that, Lanix. The trap entrance is at the opposite side of where the invaders get in. Oh, so they have to walk all the way across the map? Yeah, it is kind of funny. So this ain't a small siege by any stretch, but it's also nowhere near as big as the last one. Well, we're still on custom. I'm gonna stop answering this dumb question now, Gristith, because I answered it literally 10 seconds ago. Currently, it's not possible to give anybody a dwarf because I disabled it. Because I'm tired of answering that question. Goblin characters called the Reclusive Ghoul are invading. And I'm just waiting for them to get to the front door. Excuse me. Lunchtime, you know, is what it is. It is kind of funny that they have such a long walk, though. It depends on the goblin. They're either green or gray. It's good to see you in Fragrance. I'll be completely blunt with you, Baka Glass. There was a few reasons why I stopped playing RimWorld. The main one was I was so fucking tired of cannibalism memes. So every single time I see it in my chat, I shut it down instantly. And if you keep at it, I've actually banned people before for refusing to just not shut the fuck up about cannibalism. I hate it. Drives me nuts. Makes me angry. Makes me feel sick. Makes me feel ill. There are times where I've seen some horror films in the past with cannibals in them, but I want that shit out of my chat. Okay? So if you're not willing to wrap your brain around the fact that this streamer hates memes about cannibalism, and this streamer hates talking about cannibalism and the concept of it, it's not funny. Fuck off if you think it's funny. That's it. Stop it. Yes, you can name dwarves after fictional fucking characters, and I've answered this a billion goddamn times. You can give a dwarf to whomever you want with the exception of political figures, but I hold the right to veto. And like Stone said, just move on. It's best for everybody. Joke's on you, I never let elves in my fort. That poor ostrich doesn't deserve that. It did nothing wrong. It's just an ostrich. Goblins. All right, let's check something. Now we go down here and we wait. They're pretty close. I say that, but maybe they're... Oh, there's one. Yeah, me too. Feels odd. It's another one of those on the list of it's a planned feature. Those poor ostriches.
Keep up the good work.
Zubafu. Is your name related to Zaboombafu? I've probably asked you this before. Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for a third month, and welcome back. With that Prime? No? Okay. Just had to check. No problem, Christos. Speaking of, let's see how this goes. So there's a problem with this build currently. For some reason,
And handful of biddies for the wonderful stream.
Deep Space. Thank you very much for the 10 bucks. There's a problem with this build right now. Hitting period for some reason just permanently unpauses the game. And I don't know why. So doing this in slow-mo is going to be tricky, but... Ostriches are terrifying. As somebody who got pecked in the back of the head by an emu once, I don't disagree. No, I've checked the keybinds. They're set the way they're supposed to. See? Main, one step. Don't repeat. But it repeats. So... it is bound. I mean, for me, it's faster to just hit play pause like this, but yeah. I don't know why it does that in this version, in the experimental build, but it does. My country would have won. We're peacekeepers. We would have domesticated them. Besmer, why are you... You know what? I've stopped caring. Oh, no. Well. That should have triggered this. Should have. I mean, I can do it manually if it doesn't. I guess I'm going to have to do it manually. Not sure why that's not working. It should lower this bridge. All right, we're doing it manually. But it's going to fire off both sides at the same time. You're back just in time? Yep. Let's see how many of them are in here. Yeah, there's enough. So when this disappears, I'm going to pause, and we're going to follow one of the minecarts down. Rami, you're just an idiot, okay? Like, just run away. If that dwarf dies in there, they die in there, and that's on them. All right, this dwarf is coming to pull the lever. This is going to be carnage. we go. Lever should be pulled. Okay. So, these are the shotgun blasts. Not bad, if I do say so myself. Not bad. Could have done a little better, but not bad at all. I mean, I think the problem was this one largely just hit here, so I should have loaded the ones on the end first. This guy got completely eviscerated. I mean, the serrated glass disc strikes the goblin lasher in the right upper leg. The injured part is cloven asunder. The force bends the hip. None of them quite made it down to the bottom. Not quite satisfied at that, honestly, but it did do pretty well. Should probably add in some ballistas down here to complement this. But yeah, I think that went pretty well. Force pulls the neck, tearing apart the muscle after the serrated glass disc hits them in the head. The serrated glass disc strikes the goblin in the neck. The severed part sails off in an arc. All right, well, unfortunately, we only get one shot, so. And now they get to witness all of this as they walk by. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to jump over here and we're going to pull this lever. Although I think I maybe have an addition for this. Or something I would have done if I had better planning. Which is I would have lowered it down a level so stuff could fly over top of their heads, but I had to go up. And that seems to be everybody. And dump some lava in here. Hey, Dwarf, you may want to get out of here. I've got, like, a lot of dwarves in here, actually. Okay, hold on. I'm not going to lock this. I want all of my dwarves to just go train. Because I don't really feel like killing a bunch of my own dwarves. Thanks. Seems to have turned them all around except for the cat, which is fine. This is the last one in the list. I think my soldiers would probably win, actually. That or you know what we could do, chat? I could group all my soldiers up right here. Tell them to fight these goblins. And then use the lava to clean up the mess. What do you think? Should we make my soldiers fight? Earn their rent? Because I'm kind of down for this. Because I don't think we've actually had this the opportunity to do this just yet. I mean, look how many of them there is. Let's give my soldiers some time to get there. And, like, some of them are going to go get food and whatnot, like this one. Some of them need to get their weapons and gear, like you are, I think. Yep, you are. No experience like practical experience? Oh, trust me, they have plenty of practical experience. Like, if I check this dwarf, this one's got 22 other kills and 1 notable kill. You've got what? 31 kills. You've got 2 and 27. 3 and 32. Captain down here. 72 notable and 37 other. Yeah, no, we've got plenty of practical experience. How about you act like your age, if your age is the number in your name? I don't know what these cats are so obsessed with, but it'd be good if they ran away. Grouping continues. Waiting on a few more soldiers, these two, at least. He was already dead. Killing the same guy 25 times is happens with zombies. 13 and 16, see? If you were born in 1985 and you're going into random chats and asking people if poop or pee is better, I think it's time to, like, really do some self-examination. Most people do, except for girls. Girls don't fart. They also don't poop. This is a fact. So are y'all just, like, sitting on a Discord being like, we're gonna be really funny? Because, like, if you are, write better jokes. Maybe go ask ChatGPT to, you know, have some sassy one-liners or something. Why is this guy wielding no weapons? What the hell? Oh, he's got a book. Possibilities of the Trenches. What? Okay. Armed with knowledge, the greatest weapon. Okay, here comes the last few of my scragglers. They're all grabbing their gear and lunch. That's not humor. That's just childish, pathetic, annoying, lame, dull stuff that you could go spewing on the internet if you suppose. That's not humor. You have to be funny to be humorous. All right, we're gonna move up. So they cross the bridge with a stray cat in tow. Cat's obviously here to, you know, assist. Considering there's this stray cat, you know, just kind of running into problems. All right. And it begins. Led by Lyagushka, nonetheless, who, of course, is wielding her spear, no shield, and a helm, no breastplate of any sort. So, good luck, Lyagushka. First kill down. I'm a die. I don't know about that. Give yourself more credit. Let the fighting begin. Kosoth is also up at the lead, alongside of Tun, Rolf. Rolf, of course, has 15 notable kills and 63 other kills. Meanwhile, Lyagushka right here has 32 kills and 2 notable. And also, you know what? We're just going to station everybody but that middle one all the way up here. Because might as well move forward as a unit. Let the fighting begin. Chat, how many casualties do you think I'm going to have by the end of this? Is the question. Everybody seems to be okay so far. Rolf is in a martial trance. 5, 10, 0. Wow. I like that 0. Spearmaster Besmer. Where's Rolf? Somebody I recognize. Rolf! Rolf most recently stabbed a goblin in the left arm with his iron longsword, and the severed part sails off in an arc. I didn't know they could equip longswords. Interesting. Also scratches a goblin hammerman in the right cheek, tearing apart the skin, slashing the goblin hammerman in the neck with his iron longsword, and the injured part is cloven asunder. And the goblins fall. I like how the red is made significantly more obvious by the black obsidian floor. It really complements the picture. So far, no casualties from the looks of things. If I do a real quick check, Claiborne's in the fight. 7 notable kills and 37 other kills. It's a shame that I can't check the martial trances from there. Got 2 dwarves in martial trances. Holy Burial Urist is fighting. Religious figure. Hacks the goblin spearman in the left upper arm with his iron battle axe, bruising the fat through the iron mail skirt. Hacks the goblin spearman in the head with his iron battle axe, and the attack is deflected by the goblin spearman's iron helm. But the force bends the neck, bruising the upper spine's nervous tissue. You don't really want your tissue to be nervous, let me tell you, chat. Dwarves are flying through pretty effortlessly. I haven't seen any deaths just yet. Ton back here seems to be having a rough time of things. And seriously, Deep Space, thanks for the $10. I kind of just brushed over that earlier, but thank you very much for the $10. And Cole up here seems to be doing good work and says how fleeting life is. Lyagushka up at the front screaming, "Gruesome runes, I must not succumb to fear." Has killed 3 goblins so far in this particular fight. Dwarves are running forward at the corner. Our strength in numbers seems to still be overpowering the few things that the goblins have left. Lyagushka lagging a little bit behind, getting thirsty and tired. Ubal at the front, who's an axe lord. Militia Commander Urvad up in the front. Seems like Korab L has pulled out front. Ficod flashed bridges, the geared spiral of shells. Runs up to the front and is dueling with 2 goblins. Currently boasting 9 notable kills as well as 43 other. The dwarves continue to move up. The enemy siege is now fleeing, which means it is time for us to station all the way at the front door and see how many stragglers we can pick off. Kosoth the Mace Lord is the first one to break off of the last series of fights and move forward. Look at the stress numbers rise. All right, these dwarves need waterfall therapy after this. Fight through, continuing to move forward. So much death. Who's up here all by themselves? Urvad, very enthusiastic, shocked after being attacked, really satisfied upon improving observation. Well, that's good. Astith, Alath the Holy Orange, who's a religious figure in this fortress, seems to be doing quite well as well. The goblins are fleeing in absolute fear. Not bad, all things considered. No casualties just yet. I don't think we'll have any, if I'm being honest. Dwarves continue powering through. Who has the gold artifact mace? The king. And the aluminum one is the hammerer. And then this was a random noble who died earlier. That's fine. So I guess technically we did have 1 casualty, but... Curious why Urvad is running away while the dwarves move forward. Last few goblins that we can pick off. Get caught. Oof. Now at this point, the nobles are visitors, so they're not permanent residents, so I don't count them. Is that Lyagushka? No, that's Moral. Spearmaster. Had to get 1 more kill at the end there. Send the dwarves back inside to train. Not a bad fight, if I do say so myself. What's up, Orange? Why are we sus? The obsidian floor really showed the carnage off, shall we say. Now I'm just gonna go open the front door so that these dumb nobles stop using the side door. We're going to wait for all of my dwarves to get back inside. I'll follow whoever's at the back, which appears to be Nikolov, who is boasting 9 notable kills as well as 44 others. And look how I have 9 stressed out dwarves now. 9. Sure, most of them are in the military. They're all going to go train in waterfalls, though, so they will be fine, I hope. Turns out doing this, not great for even your military's mental health. Claiborne's holding up the rear. Is that even notable? Not bad. I like this name. Matto Hate Crevice, the mahogany obstacles of onions, the goblin. I, too, would like to be a mahogany obstacle of onions. Well, they're not going to meditate. They're going to spar, but that's pretty anime, too. They did work pretty well. I need to change how the center of this room is, though. I think I need to thin or remove this outer wall because a lot of them just kind of slammed right there and didn't go any further, which I need them to. I need them to go further. And I need them to not just, like, hit the wall and stop, you know? I'm waiting for this idiot to get back inside. Oh, no, I do actually have somebody who's injured. Let's give it a second and see if we have a recover wounded job. Glass half empty is taking the charge. I can't slam them into a pit in regards to the blades because if I dig down at all, it'll dig into my fort. The blades are kind of a last-minute addition, after all. Bounce them back into corridors. The ramps don't work that way. Like, at all. So, what I can do is I can remove the inner wall. And push it in by one tile. That'll help. That was kind of like I would say our first real test fire. I mean, we had a sort of half test fire on some necromancer experiments, but that was a raid of like 7. That was a proper siege, so. This dwarf is going to have a rough time of walking through these hallways. But considering we made it through all of that with 1 casualty, I think that's pretty good. And it wasn't even a permanent resident that was the casualty. So, I'm pretty okay with that. We'll see you when we see you, by the way, casualty. Thanks for hanging out. Doesn't feel anything. We're going, keep going, and never quit. Yep. It's very apt for this exact moment there, Dwarf. You've got this. Now go pick up that dwarf in their full suit of armor and drag them back to the hospital. I have a lot of dwarves with orderlies, and I try and have 2 dwarves in each major hospital job, 1 with no other jobs assigned. So 2 dwarves in each major hospital job, and 2 dwarves in each major hospital job, and just a whole bunch of like dwarves with orderlies assigned. Is that a child? Great. I kind of want to go tell him, you know what? Okay, hold on. That was Moses, was something or another? Dwarf? You. Okay, so actually, you know what? Kiddo, you're getting renamed briefly. to is going to be the dwarf that's assigned to pull this lever.
Primeval's up, you.
It is. You telling me I can't tell children to pull levers even though they can pull levers? Well, that's mean.
Heal, damn it.
Here I was thinking I had a strat to fix this problem, but I don't actually. Well, alrighty, kiddo. You're no longer and instead you're going to be walk out the door. Whenever you're done playing Make Believe. You wish we had levers when I was a kid. Kiddo's leaving, finally. Let the great cleanse begin. If we catch a cat in here, chat, I'm sorry. What are you doing? Oh, hold up. Oh!
Sandwich!
You know, you, on the other hand, I can assign to pull this lever, so. Pull the lever, workers. Dodo is who I'm looking for. There you are. Let's see if that canceled your job. There you go. Get out of there. There's so many cats that are about to get set on fire, and I'm so sorry. Anyway, there it goes. Run away, kitties! So far, so good. Kind of want to open this up because there's a cat stuck in here. But I don't really want my dwarves running in there, so sorry, cat. Only help the frame rate. Yeah. All right, well, I think I can. What even are these suicidal cats doing? Suicidal Cats, by the way, is my new punk band. Kind of sounds like a punk band name. This is kind of terrifying, watching this. There's an ostrich in here! Because of course there's an ostrich in here. Of course there's an ostrich in here. Like, it doesn't matter what I'm doing. There's going to be an ostrich in my fort somewhere. Bird brain, get out of here. There's bad time on the other side of the wall. You'd expect a camel. It's been a combination of the two, camels and ostriches. It's not an ostrich sound, but we'll take it. And of course, there's also a cat. Of course, there's a cat.
Bring out your dead!
It's okay. There's definitely more ostrich where that came from. All right, well, that lever's been pulled finally. Well, I can turn this off now. Dwarves are free. Let's see how that dwarf in the hospital's doing. Nutwick is dressing their wounds. Their foot's got a torn tendon and ligament, and it's smashed open. They're okay, so they got a bad ankle basically. They need immobilization and traction. Ankle is mangled beyond recognition. Yeah, that's doable. We can fix that. Do I have? I don't have soap in here. What? I do have 3 splints, so we should be good. Seems like she's in traction now. She's guilty after being able to rest and recuperate, but at least she's getting a break. God, the fucking ostrich. How can you get rid of a series of downward stairways from level 31 down to 26? You only have downward stairs due to their level stair digging aquifer? Once you dig a thing, it's kind of just there. I mean, like, it would be very tedious to get rid of it. Generally, you don't, right? Like, you kind of don't really do that. Bodies are exploding. I won't get into your trap. Trying to trap a beastie. You know, Lyagushka, you really should play Conquest of Elysium and play as, like, trolls or witches and just summon giant frogs constantly. The magma will melt not all of the discs. It won't melt or it shouldn't melt the iron discs. Yeah, it's not melting the iron discs, but it will melt the glass discs. But yeah, it'll melt the glass discs, these ones, but it won't melt the iron ones. There's no Geneva Convention in Dwarf Fort, so it's irrelevant. It doesn't, so blocks, tubes, corkscrews, and pipes are all magma safe. Glass items are not. I learned this the other day, believe it or not. I didn't actually know that until the other day. Also, this was self-defense. They attacked us, Ronnie. We're just simply, like, disposing of the evidence quickly. Yeah, the only thing that matters is ethics. Best I can do is Dwarven ethics. Out of 10. So I'm going to see if that cat's... Well, okay, so I'm going to do a thing. This is a little risky. I'm going to pull this lever and see if I can let that cat out. This one's just fucked. Never mind. The one that was over... Oh, nope, the one that was over here is just there. But I'm going to see if I can let this cat out down here. Like, let's see if I can free this cat. Being a band name. I mean, the Suicidal Cats is like one of the best dumb, not real band names I've come up with in recent memory, I would say. Although I think the best not actual band name that somebody in this chat or myself ever came up with is Canadian Heatwave. It's like, well, I just named my, like, somebody in chat, Wave Depletion, who actually has like a bunch of modular synthesizers and is a synthesizer enthusiast as a hobby. Was just like, well, Canadian Heatwave, thanks for naming my new synthwave project. I was like, you're welcome. I'm just forbidding all this crap so the dwarves don't go running in. All right, well, we've let the kitty out. And I'm going to see if I can just slam the door shut before the ostrich comes out. Actually, I'm just going to forbid this door. Have fun, ostrich. Blood barrels? I feel like blood barrels would be one of the first singles for suicidal cats. Although there's probably already a band called Suicidal Cats. That probably already exists. Fortunately, I think the cat on this side is dead, so we don't need to be sad anymore, chat. The cat's already dead. It's okay. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Kitty will be okay. It's great. It's a great day to fall in love all over again. All right, well, next thing I need to do is lock this and figure out other methods of triggering it, because those pressure plates are not really what we need. So what I need to do is I need to go in here and I think mine out all of this on this side and on the other side, as well as knock out this wall, because they come down here and they skim along here nicely on this side, but the ones on the inside just go thunk and get stuck here. So we actually lose like 20% of my firepower looking at it now. I don't know. I should have just done that better the first time, but that's what I need to change with this. I need to rebuild that portion of it. It's okay. That cat has 9 lives. It'll be resurrected somewhere soon, is the way I'm going to look at that. That's the way I'm going to choose to acknowledge that. The cat song? What's the cat song? Yeah, I also feel like I should know that. Unless it's the I Am a Pussycat song, but I feel like I should know the cat song. But I'm also not that much of a cat person, so maybe I shouldn't. I don't know. All right, well, most of these squatties seem okay. So I'm going to send out the 2 more attempts to raise Toe Thief. I'm going to attempt to conquer and... I'm going to try and demand surrender and occupy. I'm going to send the Dominant Crafts, my main squad. Meme too old? Probably. Cat. I'm a kitty cat. And I dance, 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 and I dance. Yeah, okay. No, that is what I was thinking of. That is what I was thinking of. And the reason I was thinking of that is I'm pretty sure it's a sound command on Hippo's stream, and I'm pretty sure somebody used it the last time we raided him. Why is this overflowing again? What the fuck? You're off. There's nothing, there shouldn't be anything filling you. Literally, there's nothing filling this. How is this overflowing? Man, that's not terrifying at all. Thanks. All right, well, our attempt to seize Toe Thief has begun. We are the Toe Thieves now, chat. That is a lot of black sandbags. All right, well, let's begin again. See, this is what my mods are for, is reminding us of memes that we've forgotten. So is there a limit on the amount of energy you can give an item in the shotgun? You were wondering about making a gigantic railgun that would shoot. I mean, there is like maximum speed in Dwarf Fortress. I'm not even coming close to hitting it though. But yeah, no, like, there is a point with speed that you can get to where it gets to, I guess, meme status of ludicrous speed or something. But realistically, there's a point where it starts to not matter so much. Like, you can actually get minecarts going fast enough that if it goes through a flow of lava, none of the lava actually flows into it. That's how you know that your lava is flowing really, or your minecarts are going really fast, is when they go through water or go through lava and they don't actually fill up. Look at all of that miasma. Like, good lord. So much denser looking in ASCII. Yeah, I seem to recall Sizzletong having trouble with the minecarts moving too quickly. I love the way this fort looks. So pretty. Like all the little odd rooms everywhere. That was a pretty good fight. Like, I think we need a fight like that to end this fort off on. Just be like, just leave bodies everywhere and be like, goodbye, Heatstone. It seems like a meme that's come back recently. Hobo. Wizards of the Forgotten Memes. Well, somebody has to do it. Speaking of forgotten memes, ZC, please. And I hope that Hobo's recruiting for the cult of Hobo has gone well. I have a question, chat, because I don't have a Game Pass right now. Is Gollum, like Lord of the Rings Gollum, is that on Game Pass right now? I'm just curious for anybody who has Game Pass if it's on there. They just go dormant, except Pwned that actually died. I don't know. I think there's a few memes that have died. All Aboard the Troll Train is pretty dead. A lot of edgy 4chan memes are pretty dead, I would say. God, it's so weird to have two pretty major releases in one day that both have mostly negative reviews. True, I'm a Fire and Malazar is pretty dead. This used to be a rock placing stream. You know, I would say we place rocks in this game. I don't place them, but the dwarves put them everywhere. This is still a rock. There's plenty of rocks. We still place them. Although, Hobo, you missed it earlier, but I've decided on my birthday, June 3rd, the weekend, I'm streaming some Roller Coaster Tycoon. So we can be a rock placing and shrub placing stream again. What's the normal frame rate for this game? I don't know. Dude, this game's kind of like City Skylines, you know? The bigger you build, the slower it runs. So it's like... that's not totally accurate, Sanic. It's the bigger things you build, the slower the game is. So it's really up to you. It depends on what your computer is. You can absolutely completely obliterate your frame rate with this game by just overbuilding, having too much population, building on too large of a map, and your fort just falling apart. Like, you can absolutely do that if you want. Now, we're going to be playing OpenRCT too. OpenRCT. And on June 3rd, which is Saturday. Well, not this Saturday, but next week. I mean, City Skylines is the only, like, actual hands-on example I have that I've played, right? I haven't played enough of the other Paradox games to really have such statements on them. Just waiting for the lava to hit here, and then we're going to go shut it off. Because it's my birthday that day, and I need to do something different for my birthday, and I'm not doing a charity stream on my birthday this year because, well, frankly, we did that last year, so... And we already did a massive charity stream this year, and I don't need to do a second one, so. Dendry, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Cheers. But no, I mean, this game's kind of a stress test game, you know? Like, you can absolutely obliterate your PC with it if you want to, but you don't have to. And most people who just end up with terrible frame rates, largely if they just played on a smaller map, like, the game will run just fine. But people are weirdly obsessed with having massive populations on huge maps, and it's like, yeah, I mean, it's gonna run like shit if you do that. You refuse to quit? I have a question. Are you playing on the experimental branch? Because copy your save file, go over to the experimental branch, and go over to game settings, and then turn on this option. Enable multi-threading experimental. Plus, with all the graphics accelerated speed. I'd be curious to know if you got any frame rate increases. Also, what resolution is your monitor? Yeah, I'll run. That won't run well on anything. I've always said that Dwarf Fortress runs fine. Dwarf Fortress runs fine on anything, but doesn't run well on anything. You'll try. It's 1080. Yeah, then you won't see as much from just the normal, from the graphics acceleration improvements. You won't see as much from that. No, it's dumping. Excellent. Why is there so much miasma in there? Everything in there should be gone. Cole, are you the injured dwarf? Because if so, I will move you to a different squad. Yes, you are. I'm going to move you. This squad. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, right? If you're okay with lower frame rates, play on big maps. Right? But this is a game like you're never going to have perfect frame rates. And every patch makes the game run better. You know, like, the average frame rates I get right now are like double what I used to get back in like 2018 on older builds, right? Like, this is a game that every patch it runs a little better. And it'll never run incredible, and it'll never run horribly. It'll run on almost anything, though, so that's the benefit of it. Like, you can run this on a Pentium 2, and it'll run largely about as well as it would on a modern computer. Which I genuinely think is one of the coolest parts about this game. Have I tried some? I've built many bridges that way. But I don't really try them. I don't know what you mean by try. I've played this game for, like, on and off for over a decade, and basically full-time on Twitch for 5 years. There isn't much I haven't done. Like, really, there isn't much I haven't done. I will say, though, I don't fully understand the appeal of the tiny single-screen embarks. I like 2x2 embarks, but 1x1 embarks are too small. Not a fan. I've never seen an undead sperm whale or a living sperm whale. I've seen elephant seals a number of times, and I've fought undead elephants in a fort once. I think it's just because I don't like particularly care for symmetrical designs. So the like 1x1 tower forts are a little bit meh for me. Yeah, no, there's definitely a charm to it. It's just not the way I like building. No, it's not bad. Who said it's bad? The default embark is 4x4. The default embark is the default embark because that's the recommended size that'll run best on most computers. When did I say it was bad? Usually leave it at least 2 things going at once when playing games like a background show. You don't mind the slow pace much, you just focus on the other thing until something happens. Yeah, that's a really good way to do it. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I've sworn for ages that Dwarf Fortress is a fantastic game to stream if you're a slower paced streamer. If you're just like hanging out with chat and talking about nonsensical off-topic shit, and then occasionally like focusing on a video game, Dwarf Fortress is a fantastic game for me, and for that kind of streaming because, well, it's largely just let's hang out and look at cool visuals and then occasionally talk about shit. Or occasionally, like, worry about serious stuff and then do large slow builds over time. Yeah, no, I'm like... At some point, I'll try and force myself to build a symmetry-focused fort, but... I don't know. I like my... chaos, I suppose. Although this shit's looking kind of awesome. This isn't even remotely symmetrical, but it's looking kind of cool. It's looking like a weird, like, cave painting or something. It's like an upside-down beetle. Or, like, if you turn your head this way, it looks kind of like a mad little dinosaur that's eating my armor stockpile. Maybe, actually, no. It's a Crundle that's lying down that's eating my armor stockpile. It's like throwing... See, these are its teeth. Just need to give it an eye. It's almost there. It's getting there. Stretched puppy. Puppy and attraction edge. I mean, you see what you want to see. Some people really want to see dicks and things. I mean, what? It's just like, you know, what's the word? It's like those ink blotches that psychologists give you. Let's see how our demand for seizing Toe Thief went. We demanded surrender and occupy, and they rejected it. Well, I'm not surprised. I said dicks in things. Some people just want to see dick. So the actual sentence that I said was, you see what you want to see. Some people really like seeing dicks in things. Are you happy? Have I said it clear enough now for you to clip that and listen to it ad nauseum for your own entertainment and enjoyment? Gosh. I mean, it'll be immortalized on YouTube. You don't have to quickly do it. You got time. Sheesh, chat. Y'all have the maturity of a... kid off their Adderall. Alright, well, we're getting these filled up again. That's good. And then clip it. I also love... Anybody here can clip the stream, right? Anybody here can clip the stream. So why do people shout clip it? It's like... it's... just clip it if you want to. If you want to clip it, then clip it. Or whip it. Whip it good. Whatever works, really. It's the joke. I mean, the joke is talking right now, so. Hi. Yeah, this is true. Or I just think it's so funny when like something funny happens and then half of chat's like, clip that, and then nobody clips it. It's like half the time when people scream clip it in my chat, nobody actually clips it. Yes, no, totally. Amethyst. This is true, yes. Clipping on mobile is a pain. And as somebody who literally never watches Twitch on mobile, I kind of forget Twitch mobile exists. What am I doing on iron bars? Watch me. Oh, I have 4. Well, I think I need to mine more hematite. Question is, do I have any that I can melt? Got magnetite, that'll do. Also got hematite. Heidi ho, Bane. How's things? Are just watching on their phones? Allegedly. I had a viewer for ages who technically counted as 2 because he would watch on his Xbox and then type on his phone. Got these tangerine hard candies. I read that as tangerine hard candles, and I was like, is there such a thing as a soft candle? And then I had to reread the sentence. You watch on your TV and type on your computer. Oh, so you can't just do that. Yeah, there you go. Can't use work on your... yeah, I mean, I told this story yesterday, but I might as well just shout him out because this dude got me through years of my life, and I'm still subbed to this day, even though I watch him maybe once a month. This channel, I used to just put Cat on Mars on the entire store stereo system when I worked night shift at McDonald's by myself in a closed McDonald's. So it was closed. There's nobody inside. I was the only person there working 3 days a week. I would just put Cat on Mars' stream on the overall speakers for the entire thing and just listen to him talk about whatever the fuck while playing FTL or something, or Darkest Dungeon or something. And then occasionally I would like grab my phone and just like, because I used Bluetooth to connect to the speaker console. I would occasionally just grab my phone and just like run over to the office and like pick up my phone that was charging and type. There was one time one of my managers showed up early and she's like, what the fuck's this? I was like, oh, it's a Twitch stream. And she goes, what's that? And I'm like, don't worry about it. I'll turn it off. She goes, okay. You had to work with 2 other people full night? I worked with one other person 2 days a week, but we were both full time, and there needed to be at least one person there every day of the week. So I had 3 days alone, and he had 2 days alone and worked at another location on the extra day. But I worked in a location that closed, so it was real sketchy at times. I got to see many a drug dealer buying and selling merchandise in my parking lot. En masse. It was great. Sometimes the cops would be sitting in the store during that, and I would make them listen to my Twitch streams. They'd come inside and stare at the security cameras while the transfers would happen, and then leave. Pharmaceutical entrepreneurs. Heroin dealers is what I like to call them. Speaking of last Thursday, after stream, I went to walk down to go to the train to just go one stop over to pick some stuff up because I had to go over to the post office. And on my way to the train, which is like, I don't know, 5 blocks, not even, I had 2 separate people offer to sell me heroin. 2 separate people. And chat, I have a question. Is it because I haven't shaved particularly consistently, or is it the hair? Or is it just my skinny build? Because it really made me, like, question my life choices. Thank you, Saber, you're helping. I'm just gonna sit here and cry. I mean, to be fair, I haven't worked at McDonald's since 2018, so... I told a friend of mine about this, and he was just like, wait, were they on bicycles? And I was like, yes, why? And he goes, ah, checkmate! It's another reason to ban bicycles. I was like, fuck you, dude. Okay, apparently I've got a strange mood going on. Oh, interesting. I've got a strange mood that claimed a butcher shop. Because I've got a child who's brooding. It's not quite a fell mood, but apparently this kid is haggard. I haven't had one of these in a minute. You need certain things, eh? Cut gems, logs. Rock, yep. Okay, probably just more bones. Let's butcher some animals. I haven't seen one of these in a while. These are kind of hard to get these days because the game's so easy. It seems like they're mostly claiming skulls. They got 3 skulls. Well, it's a butcher shop, not a... So they're gonna make something out of bones. Probably. It's not quite a fell mood, but it's close. This kid's 12 and haggard. Generally pretty happy. How did you get haggard? Oh, you got haunted by the dead. That would do it. Doesn't really remember being haunted by the dead that much, though. Excited, performing. Seems to be a pretty happy kid. Restless dwelling upon major injury, became more of a thrill seeker and learned to value sacrifice. Amused upon wearing tattered clothing, became more zany and learned to disdain decorum. Yeah, Winter 296. Got haunted by the dead. Saw somebody die in 295. Almost 10 years ago. Yeah, they still happen. We had one in a few forts ago. But it was a vampire who I locked in a room by himself for literal years. Okay, so it's not more beak dogs. Let's kill some cats. And also, I'm going to go out here. I thought that there was a goblin body a little higher up here. I was thinking maybe that would do her. No, this one's not going to kill somebody. This isn't a fell mood. This is just a foul mood. Fell moods are the ones where they kill something. A foul mood is where they make a grim artifact. So it's like they use bones and bits of used leather and things to make an artifact. Maybe it already got removed. Yeah, seems that way. Yeah, it might be teeth. I may want teeth. Do I have any wild animals I could go kill? Okay, I'm gonna send you guys up here to kill that ostrich. you guys up here to kill this camel. It might need a full body. I'm hoping that a camel would be something that it could work with. Abduct your mare and turn him into something? Oh, that's cool. Good times.
Avistras is Spanish for ostrich.
Well, good to know, Wise Pranker. Although, since your name is Wise Pranker, should I really trust that? What if you're telling me how to say stupid in Spanish? I wouldn't actually know. But thank you, Wise Pranker, for the 4th month. Welcome back. You feel slighted? I mean, you chose the username. Although, according to Google Translate, it's actually, according to Google Translate, which is about as accurate as it can be, says ostrich actually translates to that in Portuguese. But, I don't know. But I don't know. Maybe both? I mean, yeah, Hobo is our resident Hispanic human. So, I would just let him do that. Stupid is stupid in Spanish. I don't know. I was going to say a worse word, and then I was like, I shouldn't go saying worse words. That's what you get for trusting your 6-year-old. Well, hell yeah to your 6-year-old. Your 6-year-old knows more Spanish or Portuguese, I guess, than me. But, you know, why do I have 47 DMs? What in the fuck? Oh, wow, okay.
Whoa, dude, fuck yeah, dude. That's fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
It's also ostrich in Spanish. Well, cool. Good to know. Thanks, Hobo, for confirming. Also, the hell yeah command is mostly just Hobo screaming. For anybody who doesn't know that. Some people have really shitty mics. Yeah, right? Some people really blow out their really nice mics, too. I should really re-record that, because that's so old. The whole point of the hell yeah command was I was like, I'm going to get, like, as many audience members as will send in, like, themselves shouting yay, and then it turns out the only one who really shouted was Hobo, because everybody else was like, yay, like super low key about it, and then Hobo's like, whoa, fuck yeah, and the only person you can hear there is Hobo. It's all just cranking it in Audacity, yeah. It's like it's the only one that you can actually hear in that command is Hobo, which is very funny. You can sort of hear Gimper, he's the one going yay. Goblin Deed. Well. Saving adventure data, I guess. I do really wonder what's up with this saving adventure data, because it has no it should have no adventure data to save. So I don't know. Very perplexing. Very perplexing. Also, I have no idea what this kid wants, because they're just like, I need certain things. Leave me. I need certain things. It's like, well, unless, like, you need logs. Could it be logs? Nope, we got tons of logs. Logs can't be the problem. Lapis is usually must-have leather journey to burn elm stones, puzzle boxes, and geese for their formation flying. The words of Palisade. Blah, 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 blah. We have cut gems, though. I mean, I guess I could cut some more gems, but... It's not like I've been selling them. Peglin is free on Android, really? Huh. That game was not great, but for the price of free, that's a good price. And before it's actually just cut gems that I need, and somehow I ended up with no cut gems anymore, and I have no idea how I did that, if that's the case. Yeah, well, this dwarf's bringing rough Black Morians, I think. Actually, maybe all my gems are in a bin. I will just say, normal-ass Peggle, better than Peglin. Same with Round Guard, also better than Peglin. So... Just remove gems from this stockpile. And just make a gems stockpile down here. Just in case that's the actual thing that they need. But I don't think so. I've had no problems getting gems up until this point. How are you doing in this game? You almost died. I had to order you to pull a lever to not die. You're less miserable. You're resentful after getting into an argument, and uneasy after being unable to acquire it. We should make clothing. Bored after being able to fight for too long. You want to join the military, apparently. So you're doing all right. You're CPR certified? Booyah! I used to teach that class. True story. At least for like the kids category. In Fragrance, you are still alive as of last time I checked, unless you mysteriously died somewhere. Yeah, you're still alive. Queen Consort. Ecstatically happy. You're just gardening, mostly. How much silk do we have currently? I've got some pigtail cloth. All right, let's do full sets of clothing for everybody. Let's do cloaks. Dress. Gloves. Hoods. Loincloths. Mittens. Robes. Shoes. Socks. Trousers, tunic, vest. And let's set all these to 200. But yeah, well done on being CPR certified. Are they still teaching to do mouth-to-mouth? Because that was like a hot debate when I was teaching kids basic CPR certification. Which was admittedly a long time ago, but... It was like every other year they were like, nope, we're no longer teaching mouth-to-mouth. Yep, okay, we're back to teaching mouth-to-mouth. Nope, we're no longer teaching mouth-to-mouth. I kept on changing. All compressions? Yeah, that's what I thought. Probably for the best, based on how things went when I was learning. is most appropriate for CPR certification? I mean, I think Pax got it. Or maybe like the ghost emote pointing at him? I don't know. Actually, here's me with CPR certification. Boink. Oh yeah, no, I mean it shatters your rib cage. Like it's not exactly something you want done on you. It'll hurt like a motherfuck and won't like be kind to your ribs. Yep, I don't know what this kiddo needs. I'm going to slaughter creatures that give skulls a little bit. So we're going to go to creatures, pets, and livestock. Pretty. I don't have anything that just gives skulls. I'll just slaughter a few more beak dogs, but like, it's 2 more. Could want a totem. I mean, he's claimed 1, 2, 3 skulls, but totems are not a construction piece. Totems are a completed item. They can't want completed items, I'll put it that way. So, I don't know. If kiddo dies because they're just brooding darkly, then they die because they're brooding darkly. Well, I just killed a bunch of ostriches, and he did nothing with them, so... I don't know. If that kid dies, that kid dies. They're very stressed and haggard, and will probably be a pain anyway, so... Something I'm really going to lose sleep over. Do birds give bones? Some of them just give skulls. I think chickens just give skulls, but all of my birds and fowl are named. So they're somebody's pet, so I can't actually set them to be slaughtered. Red carpet entrance, yep. You can say that again. Will also be drained really soon. Also, chat room, I just wanted to say real quick thank you to everybody for hanging out today. You know, we've had a lot of people here all day today. We've been holding pretty close towards 200 viewers, which is nice. That's where I really want my averages to get back to, is to get back up above 100 concurrent, or 200 concurrent is my goal. And we've been maintaining 10,000 views a day on YouTube for the past, like, 2.5 months, so I guess that's going to be the average. Pre-release was about 2,000 views a day. Post-release is about 10,000 views a day, which is pretty good. I was kind of hoping to land at about double that, but what can you do? Also, Bobtron, I'm tired of seeing you without emotes. Although an unexpected error has occurred, so I'm not being allowed to gift subs. Nani the fuck? To go to full checkout, the hell? To reconfirm PayPal, really? Wait, now it went through. What the hell? Okay, I give up. No, I think it's actually PayPal, not Twitch. I had to click confirm that I'm a human. You're going to bed, though, so good night. Well, Lobsters, your dwarf is still alive. Come on, Bob. been a while. You're here so often. You need them emotes. Also, you're like one of the few people who constantly has Cherno emotes who still watches the stream aside from Hobo, so... Frankly, that is enough of a reason for me to give you emotes. What are you doing up here, Dwarf? Hauling Iron Mail shirt. I think we're just gonna start claiming the armor that the goblins bring instead of melting it down. There's a lot of good stuff in there. This is how you know that gear is in bad, is in a bad state, is when they go and they throw it out like this. Look at this. Like, this is a bad enough quality shirt that it's actually getting thrown out, which is kind of crazy. It's one of mine, lobsters. It's an amphibian man. Unless you mean the Fog Lad and the Fog Champs, because those were made by Fog, who also made the charity videos, and is a good friend of the channel, as well as multiple pieces of my merch. Besides, speaking of merch, I just want to take a moment to say that because we're about to get hit by an ad, you'll get a merch ad. So if you want to support the channel directly and Twitch isn't your thing, we got mugs, we got t-shirts, we got other t-shirts, we got other t-shirts, we got a hoodie, we got some stickers, and another other t-shirt. Merchandising. Do I like Caves of Cut? I have like 350 hours in Caves of Cut. I just don't stream it super frequently. I usually stream it around updates and I binge play it and then don't play it for 6 months. It's a game that comes and goes. I usually play it for like a week straight and then I don't touch it for a while. I did a couple of playthroughs relatively recently, which are on the YouTube channel if you dig a little bit. This is almost good, and then we're going to start having dwarves just flooding in here and gathering all of these discs out of here. How are these doing fill-wise? It's 51% and then mostly empty. Kind of wish I had a faster method of getting rid of all of this lava, but yeah. I need to make more drains, I think is what I need to do. You finally caught the frog. I'm so proud of you. I wonder if that dwarf's out of hospital yet. Yep, that dwarf is out of hospital. Let's go attack Toe Thief. Back on the grind. Actually, you know what? Let's just attempt to raise something instead. We're going to attempt to raise this location. Maligned Hailed. Of the Reclusive Ghoul, the Poison of Leprosy. We're going to go attempt to raise that. The best pet is here. What, does it have any special powers? Like, does it shoot webs or something that you can use, or fireballs or anything fun? Has poisonous and mandibles. Okay, so not super dangerous. Not super dangerous. Kinda... I think maybe we need an entryway up on this side. Like maybe a doorway here or something. But it's a frog? Sure. I mean, it's a mascot, but it's not a particularly useful mascot. Kind of just want to dig through this, but also kind of not really. Well, doors are starting to go this way. Sometimes I just don't like somebody. You know what? I feel that. Fog has a bunch of frog emotes because Fog used to stream. And he used to raid people when he would stream. And when he'd raid people, people were like, "Hey, Frog, thank you very much for the raid." Like, everybody would, like, misread his name as Frog instead of Fog, F-O-G. They would put an R in there. So people would be like, "Fog UK," which was his name at the time. "Thank you very much for the raid." And he'd be like, "My name's Fog, not Frog." And so he just kind of ran with it. Made a bunch of frog emotes. So he had Fog Champ and Fog Lurk. They're both great. You did misread it too? Yep. Just like me and your name every time I say it. Bum 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 bum. Beer, beer, beer. So, like, apparently that Starship Troopers game is, like, really good. It's got 10,000 very positive reviews. So, I think I'm going to be looking to acquire that at some point in the next little bit. Even just maybe for my own science. Hey, Hobo, I have a question for you. How do you feel about doing your part? And would you like to know more? Looks fun? Yeah, that's why I'm poking people that I play games with sometimes. But does it get it? Oh, definitely not. 1,000% it doesn't get it. Because Dark Tide sucked. Is that, you know, are people finally starting to actually admit that Dark Tide sucked? Because that game did not look good. Nothing about that game looked good. Oh, I know, it's Off-World Industries. It's the people that made Squad. Which is why it certainly doesn't get it. You're always no, wrong Starship Troopers. that's not the ironic what's the word? That's not the ironic commentary on fascism. That's just saving Mother Earth from any alien attack. Speaking of EDF 6 localization win, it'll just be exactly the same as all of the other EDF games, except, like, it'll look slightly better and the gameplay will be just as bad. I will absolutely play EDF 6 a couple of times when it comes out. You know, it's funny. EDF is one of the only franchises of video games that I will go out of my way to either find a review key or a sponsorship for, so I don't need to pay for it, because fuck paying for those stupid goddamn video games. But I would really like that. New and trending on Steam is extra horny today. Someone left porn games on Steam, I think. But yeah, no, I will gladly play an EDF 6 whenever that comes out. We streamed quite a bit of EDF 5 here too. As well as EDF 4.1, so. It's funny, Blind doesn't like grindy games and doesn't stream shooters until an EDF comes out. Sometimes you just gotta be a bit of a contradiction, you know? I think they can get through that. No, they can't get through that door yet. God dang it. Okay, although I think I can do this. Can I just, like, atom smash this lava, please? Mm-hmm. It's worked before. I got sponsored to play EDF 5 on Christmas Day. It was phenomenal. I don't know, it was Christmas Eve. Yeah, and we streamed for like, I don't know, 3 hours, and I was like, okay, peace, guys. And then I put like an additional like 30 hours in that game and didn't stream it. Got my free game. Of course it's just as jank. Naturally. You're not allowed to polish EDF games. They're EDF games. Come on. It's not EDF if you polish it. Although, Hobo, have you looked at the reviews for a Lord of the Rings Golem? Because, I mean, that game ain't even remotely horny, obviously. But, it looks awful. Like, you know. A lot of people said the same when it came out in Japan, but the reason it was so is that you don't just farm level and die over and over. Yeah, no, I mean... I'm totally okay with you keeping some of your loot when you die. Because, like, you'd spend 45 minutes playing a level, and then you die, so you're just like, well, I guess I will just over-level an easy level, so you just farm, ruffle stomp all the hard stuff until you die, and then farm. That's basically how those games worked. All right, so let's get all the way down here. Excellent. There's going to be so much hauling for a little bit here. Here they come. No, renovating. Not really beautifying, just renovating. Golem is doing worse than Redfall, yes. And Railway Empire is also crashing and burning. Or Railway Empire 2, I guess. It's starting to look like Urban Empire. Fuck, 22% positive. I know, right? Jesus. I saw this review earlier that stood out to me so much I tweeted it out, actually. And it says, this isn't a game. This isn't an experience. This isn't even a torture test for your PC. It's a torture test for the games industry as a whole to see how much bullshit we're willing to put up with these garbage companies milking us for all we're worth. Which is just like, whoa! Getting deep there with the, you know, getting real deep there, Steam reviewers. I mean, Bolt Gun's doing real well, which actually makes me real happy. It's weird for once that the Warhammer game that came out this week is being what? Actually, hold on a second. What planet do we live on, chat? 2 of the top-selling games right now on Steam are a Warhammer 40,000 game and a Starship Troopers game. But the Lord of the Rings game is horrible. What is happening? Like, genuinely, what is happening? That is so weird. Like, for years, like, Warhammer games have just been, like, fucking trash tier, like, shovelware for ages. Although, I mean... Wait, actually, I have a question. Is Daedalic a Embracer thing? Like, was this game pre or like before or after Embracer Group bought all of the rights to everything Lord of the Rings, including for making movies? I mean, I know what bolt gun is. It's just a boomer shooter, but it's still mostly Thursday. This is true. But yeah, no, that's just, it's so weird that, like, out of all of the games that came out, the 40K is the one that's good. It's just so backwards compared to, like, the way things have been for so long. Oh, the kid went berserk. Sorry, kiddo. The spinner punches the dwarven child in the upper leg with her left hand, bruising the muscle. I didn't know what the kid wanted, so... Gets hacked by a woodworker in the head with a battle axe, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Goodbye, kid. Somebody pukes on him. Oh, gosh, it's gnarly. I mean, they were in a really bad. They were haggard, and they were trying to make a grim mood, and they weren't telling me what they needed. So I tried to give them what they needed, but turns out they didn't. You know what I think is hysterical about the top comment on that thread, Wanderlust, is that they say that it's a direct follow-up, implying people care about the storyline of Earth Defense Force. I was unaware that, like, EDF had a storyline. Nobody cares? Good. If you care about EDF story chat, just know that I'm silently judging you. By verbally stating that I'm silently judging you. So I'm loudly judging you. Is anything getting placed in tombs? Patient. Kid did some damage. A few people in hospital. But we're also making a whole bunch of clothing. So hopefully everybody's getting new clothing, which will certainly help. Which also means there will be a bunch of clothes everywhere soon. Why do people call 4X games Civ 5 games? It's like it's a 4X. There's a genre for that. Yeah, Gladius is okay. I actually played a little bit of Gladius at launch. I thought it was solidly okay. I didn't think it was great. I didn't think it was bad. I thought it was okay. The Kleenex issue? I guess so. It's more like the Kleenex tissue. Ba-dum. Just call it an FPS, pretty much, at this point. Only 3 gigs for Gladius? It's because it has, like, 2 textures, and they're both brown. Gladius is a pretty fun little tactics game. Like, it's got, at least as of the last time I played it, it had absolutely no diplomacy in it whatsoever, and all of the tech trees were just combat related. So it's almost more of a hex tactics game than even a 4X, but the game's ugly as fuck. Like, it's pretty fun. Like, I played quite a bit of it, actually. Mostly off stream with a friend of mine in co-op. And it's okay, but, like, that game is really fucking ugly. No, there isn't, which is why I personally feel that 40K is a bad setting for a 4X game. Because for me, in order to really enjoy a 4X game, it needs more than just kill the enemy. So what's up, Splicer? What you're saying is you need real-time combat. Because Civ has combat. It's just not, maybe not the kind of combat you like. Which is fair. Yeah, exactly. It's just 1X, exterminate. So, I don't know. It's more of a, like I said, that game's more of a tactics game than anything else. You know what I have this weird desire to do right now, chat? I kind of weirdly want to play some Brigador. This is a game that I've almost 100%ed. But I kind of want to play some Brigador. Because Brigador Killers is getting a playable itch build, or a playable early access on itch soon, TM. Like, very soon. So I've been, like, brainstorming what evening game I want to play for most of today, because I don't really want to play anything that I've been playing all week. Like, I kind of want to not play Path of Acra for a little bit. Not that I don't want to play Path of Acra, but I'm kind of savoring that game, and kind of waiting for patches. And I've played a little bit of Conquest of Elysium as of late, and kind of feeling like some playable synthwave mech explodey bloody boom boom stuff. I was about to buy it on Steam. You should just play it on Epic. Make those spooky, scary skeletons go back to sleep. You know, my favorite thing about Mechanicus, 40K Mechanicus, was right after Mandalore made a review of it, and his review was getting so much traffic that that it replaced Google's generated description for the game. So if you Googled the game, instead of having the Steam description, it had his YouTube description, which... Hold on a second. I need to look up the exact wording of it. Let me just grab it. Okay, so his YouTube description for his review of Mechanicus is, oh god, I just clicked on a YouTube hashtag. Why did YouTube add hashtags? That was a mistake. Moving forward, the description for this video is YouTube is loading slower than I want to. Warhammer 40,000 Mechanicus is a turn-based tactical game about making spooky, scary skeletons go back to sleep and stealing all of their stuff. Was the Google-generated description of Mechanicus for, like, a hot minute. I mean, admittedly, it's got 3 million views, but, like, Warhammer 40,000 Mechanicus is a turn-based tactical game about making spooky, scary skeletons go back to sleep and stealing all their stuff. Which is perfect review. It's literally, like, the most apt description of what you do in that game. You make spooky, scary skeletons go the fuck to sleep. It is spot on. You also have a key for it on Humble? I have a key for it too. I've never played it. I also don't know how I acquired it. I think like they just randomly sent me key and I was like, oh, I'll maybe play this someday, and I redeemed it. No, this was just Google's generated description, so nobody changed it. But like as traction to the video got lower, eventually it swapped in Google. It was like that in Google for like 6 months or something. First person to tell me the last new thing they learned gets it if they want it. Hobo's giving away a key for Warhammer 40,000 Mechanicus if you do what he just said. What game are you talking about, Prismatic? Oh, the recent Age of Wonders. Yeah, Age of Wonders has like the little like kind of hex grid combat. It's like almost mini XCOM. It's been a staple of the franchise for years. Smelting native gold ore. I guess what I need now is I just need this. Actually, no, we need some wheelbarrows on this. That's what I need. So you right here. Okay, fine. I can't use the keyboard for that screen for some reason. Like 20 wheelbarrows, and I'm gonna go to copper, and we're gonna forge 20 copper wheelbarrows. Copper wheelbarrow, and let's do 20. Always we need cheese. Still waiting for the time that I accidentally fire off a minecart shotgun. And just like obliterate my own soldiers. Like I keep on waiting to be staring down here at all my dwarves collecting stuff and then suddenly just expecting one to go boom and just blast everybody. Also, my soldiers have arrived, I see. Let's just go for Metal Gear, for armor, get them re-equipped. So this was an attempt to raise a pit right next to the bigger one, just to get some more training in. We attacked. The dwarf Eurus led the attack and outmatched the goblins with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. We slayed a single goblin. We slayed another goblin, another goblin, another goblin. We slayed 4 of 5 goblins. We slayed another goblin and 1 more final goblin. And we rampaged throughout Malign Thing and searched it and found nothing. I don't know if we destroyed it. No, we did not. But we did push the population down a bit. We'll just attempt to raise it one more time, not steal other items. Speaking of Metal Gear, remember, yes, they might be remastering Snake Eater, but it's just Konami, not Kojima. By the way, also, they're remastering Snake Eater. If you missed that, they are remastering Snake Eater. Like, I'm not a Kojima fan, nor a Metal Gear fan. But I respect keeping the original creators involved with a game like that. And, yeah, they're not that kind of studio, so that's not going to happen. I mean, pachinko machines are just slot machines, basically. And if, you know, that's all they really are. They're just slot machines. Also, thank you to the 2 people who have picked up merch today, by the way. I do see those. I would like to note, I don't know if the person is still here now, because I'm not going to out their name, but the first person to order something earlier today, like 10 a.m. my time, like an hour and a half into the stream, it's already been made. And it's like ready, it says ready to be shipped, which means it'll be shipped tomorrow, which is crazy. You order something from Fourth Wall by like noon, before noon, it'll probably be ready to ship by that evening. Like, I kind of want to know what their production facility looks like, because it's got to be whack how quickly they are producing shit. They're really fast. Like, they are faster than Amazon at times. Like, they are spooky quick. Like, things shouldn't be that fast, but... Also, what's up, Metalhead? You know what I wish they had? I wish they had, like, full-size, like, cotton throw blankets so I could just put Crypt Comfy on it. Just a giant Crypt Comfy throw blanket. It's the first merch that's worth the money. You know, wow. I need to start getting, like, user testimonials and putting them in my description. Like audience testimonials or something. It was sent back due to bad address. He made sure that the address was correct and they just kind of poofed after that. Do you want me to refund it? Because I can figure out which one was you and just, like, fix that. If that was something that you paid for, unless it was gifted, in which case then shrug, I don't know. Paxmac, thanks very much for checking out a gift. Somebody clip that. Yeah, right? If you can, it was months ago? But yeah, no, I can absolutely do that. I'm assuming it was the Vile Force of Mug that you bought? Do me a favor and DM me the name that was on the order. So I'm assuming your name. DM me your name. I'll look it up and I'll hit you with a refund. Because I just need to click one button to do that. Like, if there's any problem with the orders, just, like, let me know. And I can just remedy that, like, immediately. Yeah, just on Discord. It was like a first day order? Yeah. And it's easiest for me to... Wow, okay, hold up. So 3 mugs are being given away! Exclamation point. Enter in chat for a chance to win a Gold Rush mug. Courtesy of Richard. Cheers. Thanks, friend. I mean, I'm almost tempted to enter, but I feel like me winning my own mug would be a little bit dumb. It's not case sensitive for reference. But chat, you have 90 seconds to type in exclamation point enter. Okay, let's just unforbid all of this as well. Also all of this. Also all of this. Also all of this. Oh, geez, actually, I don't want this person raising. You can't. It is spelling sensitive. Not case sensitive, but it is spelling sensitive. Right, so we've got wheelbarrows up here now. Which are just going to get shipped around. Transport these discs up here quicker. Glass half empty, Ranger Rick and Sarsaparello. What is happening? Dr. Phineas has gifted out 3 dinner dwarves mugs to chat. So 3 more mugs are going out. Exclamation point enter for a chance to win. Hey. Also, for that first one, just click on that redeem thing. You'll have to scroll up pretty quick. Here, I'll copy paste the link and just post it. Because the link doesn't change. There you go. For anybody who missed it. I'll get that sorted. You're getting mugged? Chat is mugging chat currently, clearly. There's absolutely some mugging happening. All right, you should have your refund now. Okay, so Renfield and Fragrant and Pax. Hold on a second. Renfield, Paxmack, and Fragrance. Click on the redeem link. Jeez, did another one just go out? Or am I crazy? I don't even know what's happening anymore. But another one went. Type an X. Another one just went out. So type an exclamation point. Enter for another round. Just keep typing an exclamation point. Enter. Apparently. Is Dr. Phineas just making it rain? Is that what's happening? Apparently. Clearly. Thank you. That's 9 mugs. Good thing we're not German, because then it would be no mugs. I don't know why I make that joke so often. It's not funny. Also, Bastet, Prismatic Flux, and Bobtron. You're getting a Twitch API error when you click that. Try a different web browser. So I lost count with everybody who won those, but if your name got spammed in chat a couple of times by a bot in regards to a mug, click on that link, and you do need to link your Twitch account with that website, and it'll give you your shipping stuff. Hot damn. All right, well, that was a hype train and a half. Did we just overload fourth wall? I doubt it, but maybe? Would you say that then we broke the fourth wall? Bane is gifting 4 more? That... 4 more mugs. 4 more mugs. What an evening. No kidding. I don't even know what's happening. And we haven't even gotten Dwarven party music yet today.
Woo!
My soldiers have just returned. I'm sending them back to training. Did someone say make it rain?
Did someone say make it rain?
Not necessarily. I mean, my plants would like it if it rained, but... thanks for the $10, Jazz. Bringing it up to a nice round red bit emote on the week. And don't forget to type an exclamation point, enter. Also check, can I get a billion vile mugs in the chat? The tufted urns attacked the poison of leprosy at the reclusive ghoul at Malign Hailed. Let's see if we were able to take it out this time. We did outmatch them. We've killed 1, 2, 3 few goblins. Try it on another browser. No work. You know what? I'm gonna make a command right now. Which is rip chat. Merchanting, Net Hazard, and Nerev, and Omush looks like. Merchant, I think you deserve to win a mug because of your username. So there's the link. I'm gonna make a command which is just !redeem. If it doesn't work for you, I mean, it's just a matter of making the Twitch API work. You get past error? I'm making a command which is !redeem, so we can try it again in like 10 minutes. Because it's not like they go anywhere. Like, they just stay there waiting to be redeemed, essentially. So, !redeem is now a thing. What are you buying? What are you redeeming? So we did destroyed Maligned Hailed that time. We rampaged throughout, found nothing. And they apparently a refugee group has now left there. But Maligned Hailed is now dead. Site broke with too many mugs. We send it to my Discord. I mean, it's literally in chat now. Just !redeem. So just try it in a little bit. If anything, it's probably the Twitch API, not the site. If I had to bet. So that was a lot of mugs. I do also have like just a list as well of who ordered or who won what. For whatever it's worth, literally none of them have actually been redeemed yet. Just looking at the back end. So yeah, something broke. Which means I think probably the Twitch API is just busted. Yeah, it was 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 mugs. So that seems like the fault of Twitch's API. So if you want a mug, you know that you want a mug. It's not gonna time out or something. Like there was one time somebody won a mug and never redeemed it, and it was like 10 days later and I didn't recognize the person's name and they never did redeem it. And they never said anything in the chat aside from !enter. So I just did a redraw. But yeah, I mean, it's not like my bot stays on. So as long as you can get to that redeem link, you're good. Mug explosion, seems like it. Typical something wrong with application. Looking to see if there's any, like, recent reasons as to why that's happening. Are those saw blades in the corridor? So they're just on the ground in this corridor. Yeah, they are large serrated glass discs because they've been they get loaded into these mine carts up here and then fired out the bottom. So these all get loaded into these mine carts and then launched at the enemy at high speeds. In fact, I've got one that I can just fire off now, or get ready to fire. Quite literally, yes. Now we're just waiting for a dwarf to go kick this one up onto the power so I can forbid it and leave it. There it goes. And then it just sits there. I'll keep an eye on the back end too and see when people's redemptions start going through. Regardless, that was a thing and a half now, wasn't it? Let's see if any of them been redeemed. Yeah, literally none of them have been redeemed yet. It's gotta, we picked the best day ever for like these mugs getting gifted out because Twitch's API is busted. Turns out. I didn't make them. Okay? Cooler made 2 of them and Fog made the 3rd one. I am just the idiot that's selling them on the internet. So. Saw Blade plus gravity gun shenanigans to Half-Life 2 to its extremes. Actually, yeah, that's not a bad analogy, really. I tend to use the speedy thing goes in, speedy thing comes out analogy, but... Okay, well, the second one is starting to fill. It's 3% full. And I really like seeing the photos pop up of just like... Just like the full sets of 3 mugs, they're cool. Whenever Twitch's API will work. Yep, whenever Twitch's API works. All right, chat. That being said, though, we have streamed 8 hours and 22 minutes so far today. I want to play some Brigador because my brain wants to just play some, you know, random-ish mechs in Brigador. So if you've never seen Brigador, it's like an isometric mech game that's also happens to be a playable synthwave album. So we're gonna do a little bit of that this evening. It's kind of a no cam and chill game. So I think we're gonna go do some of that as just a chill way to kind of wind down the week. I was gonna say round out the week, but wind down the week more like. So I think it's maybe time for us to say goodbye to this lovely dwarven fortress here and this lovely construction that we've more or less finished today. This thing. It was very successful. It worked as intended. Not the quickest reset. No, that's a different mech game. That Brigador is not No, not Iron Brigade. Phantom Brigade. Iron Brigade's a different game. We finished up this area down here. We built a lot more glass stuff, and we've done some more things. I think Tuesday we will finish this fortress up by swapping from making glass saw blades to just making glass blocks and making a much prettier entrance for the front door. But aside from that, this fortress is pretty much done. We're going to be retiring it sometime next week during the streams because it's time for us to start a new fort, I think. This one's just getting a little laggy. And I think we've done a pretty good job stress testing the game with this fort. So it's time to say goodbye, YouTube chat. Hawken? Rest in peace, Hawken. Oh my god. Hawken just had a re-release recently, and it is bad. Like, really bad. If you want to lose faith in video games a little bit, go look up Hawken Reborn. Man, I miss the original Hawken. I wonder if I played against you in the original Hawken. On a good hunt for a good mech game that will let you use your flight stick and control setup that you use for Elite Dangerous, go play MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries with a fuckload of mods. Like, MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries is like as moddable as Skyrim, and I'm almost not joking. But no, this isn't that type of game. This is like the same camera angle as Syndicate. I'd say that Brigador has more in common with Syndicate than like MechWarrior, because it's like a top-down isometric thing.